I guess not. All right, guys, you'll have to give me a minute. I need to make sure this thing's working right. One,
Oh my god, he's so
one.
old. Technologically
Incompetent.
incapable.
Yes, I am technologically
Oh my
incompetent.
god.
Probably should have done that beforehand, but it is what it is. All right, so hello everybody. Uh, this is going to be a little more free form than usual because, like as you notice, I don't have any of the assets on. So instead, you guys get to watch me draw while we look to all of this. So thank you all for joining me. I know it's been a long time since I've streamed. I appreciate those of you who are in the chat.
Hi, chat.
I am, of course, joined by dearest friend Monstrous.
Hi, chat.
And
Again.
Monstrous has decided to join me because she just feels like being that type of person today.
I feel a certain kind of way about this call.
Yes, and we're going to go through this call. Now, a little bit of background here. Uh, want to make a couple things very clear because I know there's going to be people who are going to be upset that I'm going through this call or that I'm cutting Crystal slack or that I still have her around. Uh, I'm not going to deny that Crystal's actions have bothered me. There has been some duplicity there. She's admitted to some of it. However, I cannot, in good conscience, for two reasons. Number one, and of course, Monstrous is going to roll her eyes about it. I am a man of faith, and it is my obligation to forgive people who have wronged me. But also, I cannot expect people to give me grace or cut me slack if I don't do the same for other people. So, what we're going over today is a call that Crystal was subjected to by the victims of the Glitchtail situation. A little quick TLDR: there was a server called the Glitchtail server ran by Camila Cuevas for several years, and by the end of the investigation, for lack of a better word, there were 26 different child predators that were outed there. And Crystal had been acting as the figurehead for these victims, most of which at this point I believe were adults as it is. And they were not happy with Crystal being in my spaces or the spaces of other people in this quote unquote commentary adjacent community. And they decided to pull her into a call and dress her down on all of it. This is a 4 hour call. Now, we're going to do it at 2 times speed, but at the same time, we're not always going to be like pressing on some of this stuff because there's some things that we're not going to press too hard on. I just want to make sure that we listen to this call and that we do the best we can on it. I'm hoping.
Before,
Go ahead.
before we actually start this call, I just want to make it very clear that all of the people that are in this call, at least to the best of our knowledge, are victims of Camila Cuevas.
Mm-hmm.
Every single person that comes up in this call. We acknowledge, both Lio and I acknowledge that these individuals are victims of grooming, I believe it is,
Yes.
Lio, of Camila Cuevas. We don't, um, uh, but with that being said, the things that you see in this call or hear in this call, I'm going to be polite in. I don't usually do this, and trigger warn all of you that there is some stuff in here that is incredibly heavy.
Yes.
If you have a history of toxic relationships, abusive relationships, you struggle with some with verbal abuse, I really suggest that either you wait for someone to tell you about this call or for a transcript to come out, because that's going to be a little bit more digestible for you guys. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and just to make it very clear, because I know someone will say this eventually, nothing about what we say in this call is going to be looked at through a professional lens. This is all speculate. Hi, Gidget.
Yeah, that is
This is all
Gigi.
speculation. This is all speculation. This is all just people talking, and that is it. Hope you have fun, quote unquote.
And also to make this clear, Crystal is also a victim of that. She was also groomed in these Discord servers. Um, Not inherently a victim of Camila Cuevas. She didn't do any of the grooming herself, but she facilitated and allowed it even when knowing about it. Um, I will get to any super chats we have at the end of the stream. I usually try to stop in the middle of it, but we need to power through some of this because Monstrous is only here for a couple hours. Before we begin, though, if you guys want me to let Gidget in, type 1 in chat. Because she is at the door and she is mewling.
The chat is saying that you're a little quiet.
Hopefully that fixes it a bit.
And now everyone is saying 1 in the chat. Let her in.
Let me go ahead and share the stream in Cat's Lair, new server. You guys should hop in if you like my stuff. And then I will let the Gidget in because she is a good girl and I love her very much. And she is a gremlin.
Justice for Gidget.
Yes, we all love the Gidget. All right. Come, Gidge. Enter the office, gremlin. Okay, we need to talk about your presents that you're bringing me. I don't think the wife's gonna like what you just brought me. So,
is it hostile?
Maybe don't do that.
Did Gidget bring a gift?
Yes, I'll tell you what it is in chat.
Oh no. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh.
Usually it sucks. Yeah, it wasn't
I
this
have
time.
See, I have a normal cat. Okay. All right. Thank you, Gidget.
You are my little sock thief, aren't you, little one? Yeah, you want to be in Dad's lap immediately. I'm going to be doing a drawing while listening to this, so if Monstrous wants to pause or I tell her to pause, we'll do that. I've got this on a watch together, so let's go ahead. If I'm not telling you guys on stream why I'm not bringing it up what it is, I promise it's nothing living. There can't be a Gidget cam. She doesn't stay still enough. Premiere earlier? No, it wasn't a premiere. Alright, so let's go ahead and get into the call. Gonna start it now.
This is a 4-hour call between myself and the victims of the Glitch Town crew. This distressing interaction ultimately compelled me to enter a hiatus. Trigger warnings are in place for mentions of grooming, abuse, manic episodes, and self-harm. An audible cue will signal when screenshots or text are being displayed on screen, ensuring viewers are aware of the contents being presented. Discretion is strongly advised due to the sensitive nature of the materials covered.
There we go. We've reached midnight.
And yeah, I know that there's going to be like prompts and whatnot on this thing. We're not going to go through them at current rate because that would take literally forever. We will go through it with a more fine-tooth comb off-stream if we need to. But yeah, I'm aware that there's stuff in here.
A new day. Okay. Thank you for Crystal just for being present now. And honestly, just to explain what this call is.
Is she here?
I don't know. I'm guessing so. Hello?
Crystal unmuted.
Hello?
Oh, maybe she
Do we need to take some time? Hi.
Oh,
Hello. Okay, there we go.
There we go.
Brill. Okay, thank you for being present now. I think just some explanations needed of just from what we've seen, we've just kind of deemed this call is needed because we have prepared ourselves accordingly just so we can like reach a positive outcome in the end of this call. But before we kind of go on, we kind of just wanted to throw out a key question to you. Like, how has everything kind of gone from your angle? Like, why do you think we're having this call? Like, because I feel like having your explanation would be good just to kind of understand your perspective, where you're coming from, you know?
Fear of public perception that the idea that the way I've held myself within the Senate-related issues is going to affect badly on the Glitch Town situation, which is going to then affect the stories from everyone else.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I feel like this was happening.
Okay, that's fair. Do you think there's any other like meaning behind this? Or no?
Possibly worrying for my mental health or something along those lines.
Okay, that's fair. Does anyone else have any additions to add on to that?
No,
okay.
just the idea of like this.
Just really quick, Lio. Everyone is saying you're really quiet and the video is really loud.
Yeah, I turned the video down on my end. I'll turn my gain up and hopefully it won't cause any major issues.
Okay, I guess we're gonna find out.
This call is to understand where you're coming from first and foremost. And just remember that as we go through.
Okay, cool. To express just one of our key aims now is that we kind of just want to go over this entire situation from how we've seen it play out, just as to understand your perspective, for you to understand our perspective. And I think us knowing you for quite a few years now, I believe having that past understanding holds quite a huge bit of significance when taking the information we've learned over the past few days into account now. Because like you just have some people from like the ACEC, and then us, I feel like the two differences would be quite pronounced, at least when looking at it like this. But yeah. If you have any other questions, at every single point that we make, we tend to throw in a question just to put back to you. Like, we don't want to just throw out main bits that kind of just seem like, oh Christ, my brain. So we're just like not gonna throw out points where it's gonna be like, oh, we're just gonna like narrate out this. We're gonna narrate. Like we want to have like that back and forth. We want to know like what your thoughts are just towards these general bits because again, if we can get things cleared up, that would be brilliant. But yeah, much like other people in like the ACC space and like sub-community surrounding, we generally found out about the ring call after you handled the whole like damage control aspect, if you remember. Because the date when it happened, so around the 16th, we didn't really have any forewarning about a topic like this. Honestly, whenever we ended up finding out about this, it was from LOLCOW of all things.
Couple things here. Number one, Crystal never did any damage control on that. And secondly, why are people who are in the Glitchtail situation going on a LOLCOW? If they don't want to be connected to any of this, why would they connect themselves? Why would they go scrambling for information, especially from that place? Don't you find that a little odd? Monstrous died. F's in the chat for Monstrous.
No, I'm here. I'm sorry. I thought you were asking a rhetorical question. My apologies. So, I I think it's funny because I mean, I think it comes up later in the call, or maybe it came up in the call that we had. But Crystal made it quite clear that Glitchtail wanted nothing to do with ACC, with SCC, with commentary. So you're right. I don't understand why they went to LOLCOW, why they're looking into drama. None of that. Yeah.
It's cutting off your nose to spite your face. It's so doggone bizarre. Like, they could have just talked with Crystal without trying to go to a Yas Queen gossip forum.
A Yas Queen gossip forum? Lio.
You've
been hanging out with Zach too much.
No, Yas Queen predated
Zach,
anything
Zach
concerning Zach.
I'm blaming Zach. Zach, you're fired. Fired from life.
And after asking for some context from you, oh gosh, that must have been around the 17th, there wasn't a response gained at that time. However, we did have a conversation about that later. And despite like that, there was things thrown out on public on your Twitter. There was like the call that you put out, there's further tweets, just, you know, having it cleared up. Like while we may have seen it on Twitter, it was just generally unbeknownst at the time. So I just wanted to ask this now. How come that wasn't really made known to us immediately, like at that point? Would there be any like potential reasoning?
The reason it wasn't made to you guys at that point is because it's been something I've been consistent with. I said you guys have nothing to do with that stuff, and I'm keeping it that way. I made it so that the focus of the Senate is posed on me and not anyone else.
Which is fair. Why would it be their business? They're not connected to Cat Slayer, me, or any of that. So it's odd that they think Crystal needs to tell them about every move they make. You know? Lord.
Join the Senate, that upset me because I was going against the idea of what I wanted, that disconnection between you guys and the Senate. Because I understand I was going down a different route than intended, because I was playing Lio like an absolute fool to get as much evidence as I needed for everything I need to do. To provide context, I had misrepresented the extent of my influence over the Senate and Lio to Glitchtail victims, as they were extremely upset with my presence within the space by any degree. This deception was needed to allow me room to operate and or do my own thing, separated from them.
Sorry, I was reading this little break here.
Mm-hmm.
The GTC victims seem to be annoyed at me. Anytime I interacted with other spaces, has the need for deceit. Crystal, I'm begging you to learn to spell. You're just as bad as Beckett.
Bucket.
So this just kind of proves my point of like I don't understand why they're in drama spaces if they don't want to be connected to drama. The second you step foot into drama, you become a part of it. Whether you're a passive viewer or whether you're directly involved. So
Thank you.
It was the idea of when I did talk about it, I was told off. I was told all you do is talk about the ACC stuff. All you talk about is the CC stuff. So it seems I'm in a situation of if I do talk about it, no, Crystal, don't talk about it. We want to be friends. Don't talk about it, Crystal. Why did you not tell us? We wanted to know.
Okay. I'm glad you gave that reasoning because it is something that later on we will expand on because when we have talked to you about these things, you gave a similar reasoning along with other things as well. But yeah, we'll end up circling back to that. On the 20th, I was more concerned over the coverage you were getting on notable websites. Like I said, I found this out by LOLCOW first and foremost, which honestly has become a commonality now as from recent things, because I got to see what it was and how it was cleared up. And mainly a comment that sticks out to me is, at least from what I read at the time, was I think the Rin call leaves a bad precedence despite it being quote-unquote cleared up now. I thought it seemed like a whole bad omen at the time. And again, I would like to ask a question. Why didn't you stop from this point? Just because it's been a little bit of a gap. If you need time to just think of a response, that's totally chill. Or if you don't want to respond to a bit, that's fair enough as well. Also, if you're not wanting to talk verbally about things, talking in text is just as okay. I know we've mentioned accessibility needs before this call, just in the announcements, but obviously, if anything comes up in the moment, you can let us know at any point. We want it to be flexible.
Hello. My wife.
Hello. Okay, brilliant. Okay, we did not know what happened. There we go.
So, let me back to you. Give me 1 second. Okay, is this working?
Seems to be.
Okay, hi, I can hear you guys again.
Okay, so where did you last hear it?
sorry, I want to pause again.
Go ahead.
You give me the power to pause, and I'm going to use it.
Oh, that's
So,
fine. I want you to.
I want to talk about this thing called accessibility needs. It's becoming a very popular term. It's kind of circulating around. I've heard it in a couple calls now. especially pertaining to individuals that have also had calls, and I understand the need for it. I have some auditory processing issues myself. I'm one of those people that has to have subtitles on my movies, otherwise I can't hear the movie. I know that's funny, haha. But Weeb. Yeah, okay. As my movies in English. So, but I think in this call in particular, these accessibility needs get taken way too far, because one's accessibility needs should not trump another person's accessibility needs. If someone's talking too fast, I'll ask people to repeat themselves. If I'm not understanding because of, I don't know, something or another, I'll ask somebody to rephrase what they're saying, to make sure that I'm understanding, or I'll repeat it back to them so that I better understand. Like, I try and make sure that my needs don't interfere with somebody else's needs. But in this call in particular, especially later in the call, that's exactly what happens. Other people's needs seem to trump Crystal. I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, Crystal's the victim and everything and whatever. But I'm getting a little sick of this already. My needs are better than everyone else's, or yeah. So we're gonna continue.
Yourself on, because I can just reiterate the
It was
entire
literally
point.
just LOLCal. I heard it from their reliable source kind of thing.
Okay, so yes. On the 20th, that's when I started to notice the Rin call and then brought it to the attention of the group chat because you were getting notable attention on websites such as LOLCal, which honestly tends to be a commonality now. And because after that point, our lens would be seeing it after it would be cleared up. And the main comment that I wrote at the time that I believe sticks out now after everything, well, I'll read out now, is I think the Rin call leaves a bad precedence despite it being cleared up now. I thought at the time it would seem like a bad omen. And a question I'd like to ask now is, why didn't you stop from here?
I did. The Rin call was the cutoff point.
Okay. If that's answer you're comfortable with, that's fair.
Yeah, the Rin call was where I stopped. I left the Senate, I left multiple observers. The only reason I came back for a bit of time was during the Mali call. After the Mali call, which again has shown to be a very good call, and I was not happy with how I held myself in the way of it looked really fucking bad on him. That was it. I was done. And I left on the 25th.
Yeah, we'll get to a bit involving the Mali call later on because we tend to introduce things whenever we learn about it, which definitely comes not in chronological order as it happened.
Okay.
For this bit here,
go in chronological order
well before anyone else could generally list off this, I would personally like to read out this point. Because I want to put it out now because this will be important later on. There's actually a few things that we would prefer for you to keep in mind as we go along with this, is that during these calls, Lio has maintained a tone that he's had back since the Jibs call. And you already know that situation that you involved me on and that I've been made known of. And within those calls, the treatment of these people in terms of accessibility concerns made me physically sick. And honestly, at that time, it honestly boiled my blood seeing how something like this passed when you were seen as a general figure involved. And I know there has been incidences that we personally handled.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and step in here. Like, tone was the concern, not what I was saying. Not the egregious garbage that was coming out of my mouth, but my tone was the problem? What? Look, you can have a lot of problems with a Jibs call. Lord knows I do. But, like, the tone is not the big egregier there. What I was saying was the big egregier and how I treated Jibs. What are these people on about? Is it a situation where it doesn't matter what I say so long as my tone isn't aggressive? It's so strange to me. And yes, Monsters, you can cut in anytime.
Hold on one second, actually.
I know. Babby. We'll wait for Monsters to get back. Jibs!
Okay, so Jibs!
Jibs! The real Jobs is in chat. She alive there, Monstrous? Monstrous died again. More F's in the chat.
Oh my god. Oh, there I am. Okay, my headset died. My headset died. Oh my god.
It died a death. Anyways.
Oh my god, yeah. Okay. So I was going to say, again, we're going back to this accessibility needs. I'm a full supporter of accessibility needs. The problem is it's not anyone's job to guess what somebody's needs are. It is someone's job to say what their needs are. where like no one's a mind reader, no one can sit there and go, oh hey yeah, and I mean you could argue, well, you could sit there and ask the person what they need, but I don't think that's anyone's job in this case. I think people need to advocate for themselves. I'm a big proponent of advocating for yourself and what you need.
Well, there's also the
and if
fact
you
that...
don't do that,
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Sorry.
I was saying, and if you don't do that, then I'm not going to feel bad for not giving you what you need. Not in the case of the internet. We're all big kids here. I presume that we're all over the age of 18 when we're in these calls. So it's, metaphorically, it's your problem if you don't speak up for yourself. It's not mine.
There is some validity to that, but the pushback I'll give you on that, and this is something I've even had Ponder talk to me about just in general, and for the record, Ponder isn't like my keeper, and I think anybody who's getting onto Ponder for even being around me is kind of weird. But what Ponder has highlighted to me, which I think is a very valid thing to highlight, is a lot of times in these calls in general, sometimes people will lie to save face or whatever. And it's not rational. That's the entire point. So we could ask somebody all day long, what are your accessibility needs? And if they're trying to make themselves look stronger or less vulnerable, they might lie about it. So that's part of the problems in retrospect that I've seen concerning some of the calls. Because I'll be real blunt about this. There are some times where people will talk about the calls we've had, and I'm not going to give them a much concern because it's like, oh, I was mean to a child predator. I don't care. But in some cases where I'm just dealing with somebody who's being foolish in other ways, there's got to be better ways to do that. And this is something I'm reflecting on quite a bit, listening back to some of the old calls as well, trying to critique myself in the past. I think there are ways to do this. Things I'm going to have to learn if I ever do this again, which is not a time that would be measured in months, but years. I think there's a middle ground there, but we have to make it pretty clear that it's okay to be that level of vulnerable, and right now this circle is not capable of that. So you should advocate for yourself as best as you can, but also if you are running a call like this, be aware that they might lie, not because they want to deceive you in terms of nature, but more of like they want to look stronger because, they're scared. So, long-winded way of saying that.
Sure.
All right, so back to the call.
That we have both shared anger on Crystal, so I just want to have that put out there as just a general thing, just to keep in mind.
Mm-hmm.
And after finding out, information, letting the group chat know, we finally got a picture of how Lio loaded this information over you, because you're aware, you were like, Lio had completely, just not told anything to you, you were brought into that call, and it made you look like a fool. You were, we found all that before you came in, and eventually we did have a call. So when you came in, just towards, 4 days after it initially happened to explain to us, we finally got your response over that. So we don't, I guess we don't need to really clear up now, as something's already happened. But, you were comfortable with the standing that I had at the time with it being cleared up. But at the time, I pressed for more information, if that could potentially be missing. And I think this was an opportunity where things could be more transparent in the group chat going forth. And once again, with the precedents that they set out, it wasn't good at all. And at that point, you assured us that you were done with Lio and the cat's lair. And again, at that point, we had a 7-hour call where we felt that our worries were just generally dispelled. As leading up to this, we didn't really have any information. So we took from what we learned at that point from websites and that, and eventually what you said in that call, generally to heart. And one thing that I'd like to ask now is, how come you waited generally till things bubbled up to then tell us about these events that would affect you, which would then vicariously affect us?
Because, again, it was the precedent of do not talk about the ACC stuff. Do not do that. I respect that. Now I'm being told off for not talking about it. You can't have both. I don't know what you guys wanted.
True.
Because literally a few days before all this, it was literally, Crystal, please, I just want my friend back. Don't talk about this. I just want my friend back. I was just like, Crystal, why did you not talk more about the ACC? Why did you not tell us every single detail?
No, we will get on to that. We're just throwing out these questions at a time just to gauge your general responses, and hopefully some of your own questions will be answered. However, if you have any direct questions you'd want to answer to us towards each bridging point where we move on, feel free to ask.
Okay,
so leading forward from the 21st, do you have a question?
It's more, what was going to be a direct question. So am I in the wrong for not talking more in the group chat about the ACC when requested not to?
That's something that we will cover later on. We've took account of that.
Okay.
That's so goofy.
But yeah, to move forward, leading from the 21st, you had a message from Lio just to assist in a call, and you sent it in this group chat just to kind of show, I'm not going back to the cat's lair to assist. And this literally came up from the betrayal you had from Lio. And whenever I see that message, at this point, you were absolutely sick. I remember how you were in the call. How come you didn't just leave at that point?
I did. I wasn't in the server. I left after the mingle.
No, I meant leave in terms.
Well, I don't even know what they're talking about. Betrayal. I never betrayed Crystal. This is weird.
Sorry, I wasn't clear on that at all. Just in terms of disavowing Lio and cutting contact.
well, I didn't want to make it public spectacle. I don't want every one of my moves a public spectacle.
Okay.
Like, when have I ever done that ever? In the whole, God, like 2 years you guys have known me, I'm talking back before my thread, like how you saw me with Arcan. When have I ever been like, oh yeah, I publicly disavow this person unless they were like a child predator?
You haven't.
Mhm.
But yes, at this point, Ali, because the whole reason why you went back to that space was mainly just to gather information on beaches. At least from our perspective, we had seen that you had more than enough information at this point just to leave the whole ACC space to bring that disconnection. But you didn't. How come?
That's a question I'm asking myself.
Why are they telling Crystal to leave the ACC space when it's clear they're just now dipping their feet into the drama space as well?
Because these people want to control everything Crystal does. And I'm not saying that to be cruel to them. I'm not saying that to, jab at them. I'm saying that because that's kind of literally what they've been doing. They want to control Crystal because Crystal is a spokesperson, or was the spokesperson for this group of victims, and they want Crystal's actions to reflect them.
Mhm.
And if they reflect them negatively, they're going to get offended. And I don't use offended as like a buzzword, as I draw this line a billion times, or like in a mocking way. I can understand the concern because I've had that concern before too. It's one reason why I was so frustrated with Baiji's stupid dolphin comic and some of the actions people have taken, because it's going to reflect on my group and me as the leader of it very poorly. The difference here is what they're asking of Crystal, or what they did ask, is not okay. Because, I've been a person that people have gotten onto for guilt by association and all these things, which we'll talk about at some point. But the problem is you can't just sit there and constantly dictate who somebody's friends with or somebody hangs around to that level of unhealthy degree. If you're scared about somebody being, like, connected to a person because you're scared they're terrible, you can have that conversation. And that's fine to have. You have that right and, frankly, responsibility if you are, in fact, a friend of that person. The disconnect I am having when it comes to this is it sounds less like they're doing this out of concern for love of somebody and more that they're just upset. And you can be upset. That's fine. It's just like they're taking it like it's a personal slight against them when I don't think it ever was.
Right. And just to be clear, so from my understanding, the reason why Crystal is the one who was kind of heading this thing with the glitch tail victims was because everyone else wanted to stay anonymous. And Crystal, I know that you're in the chat, so by all means, you're free to correct me on that. But I'm pretty sure that was it, right, Lio?
Yeah, that not just the anonymity, but like there's a lot of obviously stress related to that.
Sure.
Trust me, I relate. But here's my spicy hot take, and it might get me into some trouble, but I'm gonna be honest here. As somebody who has helped people that, were adults when they came to me about what happened to them, the best advocate for you when you're that age is you.
Right, and I agree. Absolutely. I mean, I agree. In every sense of the word. I know that I think it's one thing when you're a minor and you don't necessarily have always having an advocate. I'm not speaking strictly online for the record when I say this, but having an advocate who's an adult is obviously your best option in order to get justice, to find therapeutic resolve of some kind. But when you're an adult, especially if you don't like the way things are going, I've said this recently about a different situation, but if you don't like the way someone is handling something, you shouldn't be complaining about it. You need to be doing it yourself.
Well, and again, another hot take, if they're underage, if they're a minor, their best advocates should be their parents.
Right. Well, that's why I was making a more nebulous statement. When you're online and you're an adult, if you don't like the way something is going, then you should be handling it yourself. It's kind of like in a sense, it's kind of like the I don't really care for cat slayers. So what I do, I made Thunderdome.
Yes, I know.
Overcorrected on that one.
Yeah, just a wee bit. You're learning that the hard way.
Exactly. Anyway, let's continue.
Yeah, hit play, please. My thingy froze.
I sure can.
It's why I introduced myself to Sasuke. Why I introduced myself to Vinko. It doesn't add with my methods. It doesn't add to anything. I didn't gain anything from it. He was more detrimental to me than anything. So I do not understand why I did it myself.
That's fair. If it comes as something to reflect on, that can be its own answer.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, on the day that you assisted within the Mali malware call, I believe that's on the 24th of May or the 25th, you were dealing with...
25th, yeah.
25th. Around this time, you were dealing with issues regarding your blood oxygen levels affecting your health, and I think you went back towards, like, with this situation, where it has quite a heavy toll, and this is after a point where you were trying to make distance, and honestly, I wanted to ask, why did you put this burden on yourself when you were physically struggling?
Well, I've been doing that for a year and a half. Like, it's no biggie to me. Like, I've got to the point where I'm just used to it, and the level of people stress I was feeling during the Maddie situation was a lot less than as of recent.
Okay, I have got to say this here. The most useless thing you can do to somebody you know has a lot on their plate and struggling is sit there and ask them, why are you doing that? If you're going to talk to them, offer some sort of help. Like, give them the space to vent, do something. Just ask them, why are you doing this thing that I know you've been doing? And we know why you're doing it, but why are you doing it? Don't do that. Be smarter than that.
Okay. I think it's just good to keep all of this in mind. And then following on the 30th, you sent a screenshot of you within the Thunderdome generally talking about Queen Seraphina. It has no direct relation mentioning that, it's just kind of laying out how it happened. And again, the Thunderdome at that point was quite a very new server that had came into fruition. And the whole idea that you were wanting to separate from everything kind of makes me ask the question now, how come you added yourself into this?
I'm allowed to separate. There's a big difference for me between personal separation and separation. I want to personally separate myself from situations, but I'm allowed to. This is so fucking stupid. All these.
Sorry, just really quick, because I was processing what was being said. Again, I have some auditory processing issues. I just want to point out that I don't care that the Thunderdome was brought up. I'm just wondering why the Thunderdome was brought up when these people don't want to be involved in drama. Thunderdome is in it. Right, but for all intents and purposes, it is a drama. It's a blood sports server. It is a mean. I'll take the blood sports out of it. It is a mean server full of mean people who do mean things. I'm being dramatic when I say that. So why would you know about that? Why would you look into that? Why would you say anything about it? Why would you care about it? It doesn't matter in the grand scope of things. It's a bunch of assholes in a server saying some shitty things. Just ignore it. It's not gonna get you unless you go in there.
Well, not just that. It's like, okay, you want to know why Crystal goes there? I'll tell you, and it's real deep, real deep. She finds it entertaining. Just like people click on YouTube videos like that, or people look at long-form conversations or documentaries or whatnot about goofy dorks online. Like, it's entertaining. So are we getting on to Crystal for finding it entertaining? I mean, you could make an argument about that, but I don't know if you can make a moral one about it. If Crystal is, like, always in there, like, being part of the call, not a commenter, but just part of the call, yeah, maybe you could have that discussion. But Crystal doesn't do that. Now, I will also say that if Crystal is having a lot of health issues due to their conflict and drama, they probably shouldn't be in Thunderdome, cough, cough, Crystal, especially if they're trying to take a break. That's a valid thing to bring up, but that's not really what they're doing here.
Yeah, no, I agree. And the thing is, I don't, just to be very clear, I don't care who goes into Thunderdome. It doesn't, with some exceptions, obviously, if you're a weirdo or predator, pedophile, whatever, I don't want you there. If you piss me off, I don't want you there. If you piss my staff, my quote unquote staff, my quote unquote staff, I don't want you there. But otherwise, I don't care who's there. I don't care why you're there. You want to record, you want to do whatever, sure, go ahead. It doesn't bother me. So the fact that Crystal's there is completely irrelevant. The only reason you'd have an issue with Crystal being there is because you don't want them involved in drama, but then why are you there if you acknowledge the fact that it's drama? So anyway, let's go ahead and continue. I'll press play.
Thank you.
These people are insane and stupid and they deserve to be laughed at.
Okay.
It's like, I want to be in the server and like talk about it, like between me and other people, but not self-insert myself in the situation. That's what I mean by disconnection.
I think it's good to have that answer, thank you. But partially with how we would see it, it's the case of Aaron was going to be there. And the other point that you said at this time was that Kuma was useful.
What do you mean Aaron was going to be there?
Aaron wasn't going to be there, so I don't understand why, other than the point you said of Kuma being useful to have around, of the whole reason of you generally being around these spaces. This doesn't seem like a person trying to disconnect themselves from the sphere that we have been told.
Again, it's one of those things where I'm not personally inserting myself into it, I'm just being an observer of it. It is a lot of things I've gained from just being an observer of it. It's like, right now I have more proof on Lio than anyone ever has. Like, unequivocally, and I can forward this to relevant parties, because I can't just sit back, see troublesome toxic behavior, and then do nothing about it. But it's in the idea of like, while I would make a video on him, I can forward it to the relevant parties.
Okay.
Because I'm talking, I have around 4.6 gigabytes worth of data now. Of archives, backups, calls, everything. Many things which people were never meant to see. Many things Chris wasn't my friend.
Well, thank you for letting us know about that. And once again, on the 30th, you mentioned that you actually bring some quite key information about Lio at the time, where you said he let legality dictate morality, such as the sources that he saw a 26-year-old man and a 15-year-old being okay in a sexual relationship. Absolutely sick. I want to ask one thing. Who are these sources?
One of them is
Yes.
another one is one of Lio's close friends, Lio's old close friends. Another one could be what's her fucking name? So it's multiple people from all different sides of the spectrum, as in like friendship.
That wasn't even accurate anyways, and I told Crystal that, but she ran with it. We'll talk about that later, Crystal. Also, like, digging up dirt on me. Okay, what else do you think you're gonna find? And you weren't given access to a bunch of archives. You just have what everybody else has. With the
Is this
exception
who
of...
I, is,
Go
is
ahead.
this who I think it is?
Yep, they're talking
What
about
they're
Alex.
referring to. I'm so tired of the Alex conversation. I'm so tired of just Alex in general.
Yeah, well.
Whatever. Okay.
The spectrum who are able to reiterate your claim.
Yes. Okay. From now on, there's going to be a few less questions, at least for this whole next part, because this is going to be taking place from the... Oh, hello?
Can I interject? Just a bit curious on the observer point. So the observer point you're making is to say that that's your meaning of separating from...
And
that's your meaning of, like, separating from the ACC at all?
One second, I do need to address Crystal. Crystal, there's a difference between playing up, having control, and just lying about things that happened. That's not cool. I'm sorry, but that's not. To me, that's akin of what Peaches did, telling me you had a sexual role play in or chat in Glitch Tale when that's not even close to what happened. So no, that's not the same thing. Thank you. And my browser froze.
Sorry, really quick. Someone's asking, no, Sarah did not create Thunderdome. I created Thunderdome because I wanted some place that was a bit harder than Cat Slayer and some place that was more open than Guac Barrel. Guac Barrel, just so we're clear, is owned by the old guard from Senate, the original moderators for Senate. So I created Originally, Thunderdome was created for Gilded and Lio's call, and then I kept it open because people kept wanting to have calls where they could do fisticuffs together, so it stayed.
And no, I'm not going to bring Crystal on. If I have concerns, I will talk to Crystal afterwards. I've had a private conversation with Crystal, which is why we're doing this stream to begin with, and we'll go from there, and we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, okay. Let's get going. I'll press play.
Oh, in a way,
Would that not inadvertently tie your name to it, as you have it, someone constantly posting calls, etc.? It does feel like you would be tied to it, but if you don't consider it like that, I see it.
Okay.
I'm just curious about that. How you see it?
Well, me, I want, again, it's funny. These people are insane, wholeheartedly. And it's funny watching it fall from the inside out. It's funny knowing that, in a way, I have added to it. Because, you know, these people do not deserve a platform. These people do not deserve the space they have. None of them respect it. None of them even deserve a second of accountability, like credibility with how they've held themselves for multiple years. It's taking this long for it to fall apart. It's funny. And I'm just watching it fall apart as the days go on.
Okay.
I see. I just want to understand where you're coming from in terms of the observer part.
Yeah.
Do you feel happy with that answer, Lily?
The best way I can explain it is like a YouTube video, but like watching it before it's out, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it helps me I need to know about that point, so
Okay.
you can do that.
But yeah, like I was saying before from this point, there's going to be a few less questions, as the point that we're moving on now is stuff that has already taken place within this group chat, but I think it's just good to get us on the same page again, because it's just a bit of an ingestion there. So yeah, it's going to be mainly talking about the chat that we had on June 2nd. Of course, not including the Sasu stuff, because, Christ, June 2nd was a busy day. But yes.
Yeah, we found that more towards midnight in my times always.
Oh yeah, I was completely asleep. What a lovely surprise to wake up to. But yes, we're finally on the 2nd of June. You had posted the Thunderdome debate between Lio and Gilded in this group chat, which Lily at the time brings up the point of, which I'll read put forward. What is even the point of being involved in the ACC here? Which Stella then highlighted the oddness of which they elaborated with. I feel like Lio is dragging Crystal around. Well, at a later time, we learned that the Thunderdome call was purely done by your own volition, but at this point, we thought you'd be
I'm
done
dragging
after the time
Crystal
we spoke
around?
about the
That
Thunderdome
is
call,
that
and-
is a lot.
That
That's
is
a
completely
line.
main reason. It had nothing to do with that call.
No, but it was your own volition to be an archiver and post these calls that
Yeah,
we talked
to be
about at the time and got that
involved,
cleared up.
Yes, because again, like I like information to be easily accessible.
I know, we talked about this at the time, that part's cleared up, no worries on that end. And at this point, we thought you would generally be done, after times when we spoke about the Rin call and just the general mess up that was, but no, it wasn't the end. It wasn't ending. And when you were probed further by Stella, you didn't have a rebuttal at the time, just generally for the pointlessness that was doing all of it. So again, we wanted to ask if you can give any further clarity on it now, other than the whole idea.
I want to go ahead and say, I didn't drag Crystal around. If anything, she dragged me around. 90% and 95% of the calls we had was Crystal saying, Lio, can we hop and chat for a bit? So no, that's not accurate either.
So that people didn't have to gatekeep calls, an open source of information.
Well, it's again the idea of just like I'm allowed to associate with the ACC and DC while being an archiver. Like, there's nothing wrong with like being a source of information. I'm allowed to post stuff like that so people can be informed. I don't really see the issue of, okay, so I've been in a glitch situation for a year and a half. I fucking was dragged to the very end with that. Emotionally draining. Now I found a new place in a way that I like doing. I like archiving shit and just making sure everyone can see it.
Okay.
I don't really see the issue with keeping people informed.
Okay. At this point in our story, we already had enough information on Peaches. So Lily asked at the time where you drew the line of involvement to finally disconnect. And I think now you partially gave some reasoning and answer to that. But at the time, you gave the reasoning of archiving everything. But I believe it has dodged another side of things that we will explore later, so again, that's something to keep in mind. And I think the fact that we had seen you being blatantly used by Lio towards that one call with Rin made these issues even more glaring at the time. And
Can I
Lily brought up
speak
very...
about,
I didn't use Crystal. I thought Crystal had a softer approach on a very specific thing, so I asked her to talk about it. There's between saying somebody has a skill set and they are better at something than you are and using someone. Frankly, I'd say you can argue Crystal used me a lot.
I speak about the next part, considering it is something I did say in the chat on the June 2nd call.
Oh, no,
It is
it's fine.
very
You can say it. Yeah, go for it.
All right, so you have stated your involvement as an archiver, as someone who has posted the videos of like calls, etc., etc. But like, I still believe there's inherent danger involved because it involves you in the ACC. It was like, if you see that's fine, I guess. But like, I don't know, is this where you want the name Crystal Fail to be tied to? Because now it's the ACC. It just generally differs with like the viewpoints you had exhibited at the beginning of this.
Oh, yeah, I'm not the same person since the beginning. Like, at the beginning, I was very anti-CC and ACC, and I do think the whole place is a living hellhole, but a funny hellhole. And there are some good people in it. For example, Mali Malware, Streamline Workshop, Harley, Oranges. Those are all people part of the ACC and CC.
I see it. But does the other people involved, like the other people you're involved with, generally concern you? Like, with people you generally talk to? Is there like anyone you'd say you speak to that is like morally questionable?
What do you mean?
Like,
Lily, if
in
I
terms
can
of, like, the people,
interject here, these are points that we go on later with more clarity, so I'm wondering if it would be better to explore that at a later time.
I'm just kind of larping on, just like generally the observer point confuses me, but I guess I digress because we can explore that more. I just am confused.
So I'm just going to give a quick TLDR because people are having trouble kind of following along here for a second.
Sure.
So essentially what's happening is the glitch tail victims are kind of coming at Crystal for being involved in the ACC community, specifically with Lio. Their argument is, well, Crystal, you got all the information you needed, so why did you need to keep being around? Why did you need to keep hanging around Lio? And Crystal's argument is, well, I didn't have everything I needed, so that's why I was sticking around. I hope we're all clear. Hope we're all good. I will ask though, just because we are about 40 minutes into my 2 hours, do we want to skip to a specific point? And we're only 25 minutes into the call.
And Funny Monkey, I don't know who you are, and frankly, I don't care. I mean, my address is public knowledge. It's in the freaking white pages. You keep it for yourself, that's fine. I don't know, send me a gift. Something cool. I do like Transformers.
Ooh, a pizza.
Well, as long as he actually pays for it, that's fine. The only problem I have with the pizza bombing that people keep doing is, like, you're just wasting the time of decent people. If you think I'm a terrible person, that's fine. I don't care. I'm not going to lose sleep over it, depending on who you are. But, like, don't do that to hardworking people. That's just not right.
I agree. Anyway, okay. I'll go ahead and play it for now. I'm gonna go look through the timestamps really quick.
Yeah. No, it's fair. I understand. There's just that point of general confusion. I think anyone
I'm
can
trying to get the
understand
most
that.
understand out of it, but
Okay.
it seems rather.
And again, I think a part of it is that we know things have surely changed with time. So while we gave you all these points on June 2nd as a time to reflect on, we can see where it's led us to today's events, how it's led us to this very call. And when we've seen these changes directly, well, I guess we'll see them as we go along. And after the whole Sasu call came, honestly, pure coincidence, it all happened on the same day from everything we've had so far. But even without that, I'll ask this. Wasn't the enough concern that we put in and put in front of you enough reason to leave?
Leave what? I was already gone. I wasn't in the server then. Again, you have my public tweet, 25th of May. I was gone. I can't double leave.
Okay.
Have you tried?
At this time, people already had you pinned as Lio. Oh, do you have something to add on?
Vin happened. I left after Vin. Then I rejoined on the 24th, that's 25th, to assist Mali, and then I leave again and make that tweet.
Okay.
So again, the Vin was the closing point for me. I was only there to assist Mali with questions.
Okay. People already had you at this point pinned as Lio's lapdog, and a lot of people share the same sentiment. And with your standing as the figurehead of GTC, it was creating more and more issues with us as well. We are intrinsically tied. Getting everything on Peaches was becoming a point of idiocy to blatantly put it. It was unnecessary, and it stemmed from your annoyance and stakes tied. And it gets...
Okay, I'm going to skip us ahead to, let me see. What are we at? We're at 27:18. Let's do 44:50.
Okie dokie.
Oh my god. Here we go.
That's clear suicidal ideation, and the end respond to terms like "we cooked," etc. It places a really concerned precedent, like the idea, like you said that you were a
Can we slow this down a little bit? This is too fast
Sure.
even for me.
Move it at 1.5. You should be able to do that. And yes, I
person.
know.
So it's like,
Can we
would
have
you
you
have now treat a victim the same way?
Oh my god. 45. There we go. Can I do it to 1.5?
If you need me to, I
Hold
can.
on.
Just let me know.
That's clear suicidal ideation, and the end respond to terms like "we cooked," etc. It places a really concerned precedent, and like the idea, like you said that you were a different person. So it's like, would
Who
the
is this
you have
person?
now treat a victim the same way?
If I
It's
may quickly
very
add
unclear
on to
for
that
us.
after Lily is finished, it's just if the call comparison is perfectly reasonably made because the fact that even if they're a terrible person, if a call gets to that point, I'm not sure why it shouldn't be stopped because there's no progression being made
That's fair.
Okay.
by having someone
Like there's a
express
thing of like
suicidal
criticizing
ideation.
someone as,
Okay,
as a
no
generally
one
terrible
talk.
person.
Okay, we need to make sure that we don't talk over each other from going now on, because I
sorry.
do see that this is a point that a lot of, like, we are getting heated on reasonably, but I'd prefer that it is more conductive. Stella, I know you had some finishing points, and I believe after that it can pass on to Crystal. Are we okay with that?
Yeah, it's my bad for that.
Okay.
It's
And that-
just, in my opinion, now, it's just the concerning implication that the way you, it's just the idea that the way you treated the GTC victims was conditional to whether or not you liked. And I'm not saying this is the case, not at all. But
okay, yeah,
I
go
am
on.
saying
That
that
is
is an
ridiculous.
implication that
That is
is concerning to
ridiculous.
us.
My reaction of laughter in this instance is a no cope.
Did you want to talk about that bit?
Yeah, because, I know Crystal's about to go on a little bit, but let me be very clear here. Crystal was more attached to the Glitchtail victims in terms of importance than I was to Peaches. I'm pretty sure if Crystal had a choice of, like, wiping out my family and protecting Glitchtail people, my family would be gone, right? That's how connected she was to these people. Saying that it was essentially fair weather friendship, that's such a joke. That is such a joke. That's
A
all I have to say.
mechanism of mine when I become angry. I either cry or laugh involuntarily. That they insinuated that my concern for the glitch cell victims was conditional after all my efforts was completely repugnant, and I responded accordingly.
Okay.
Crystal,
yep.
can you please keep your demeanor, please?
No, that is a very interesting thing to say after everything, but sure.
That is
If you
so
have a
gross.
response to that,
No,
that's
no,
okay,
I
but
didn't.
if you want to
don't
move
think
on
I
to the
do.
next part.
Let's move on.
Okay. Is there any other potential cat slayer calls, or just anything in relation, tandem, whatever, that have not been publicly released where you've been involved or inserted yourself into, that we do not know of, or that anyone knows of, just that you can clear up now to be transparent?
Well, I mean, there's all the war crimes
Why
I've
is it your
admitted to.
business?
There's all the war crimes I've admitted to. There's me threatening a Hasbro employee because a Transformer didn't have the right hinge on a shoulder. Crystal clearly knows about all that. She helped me dox the guy because that's clearly what we do here. Obviously. But Monsters is right. That wouldn't even be their business. These people aren't here to, like, or shouldn't be here concerned with what I'm doing. They should be concerned with how do they get their story out and how do they get justice. Like, frankly.
Which, so I somewhat understand where they're coming from. So I think that the argument that they're trying to make is you are the figurehead for this issue, for our abuse and Camila Cuevas, and here you are hurting other people, right? Or right. So, but the problem with this is that, first of all, the people who generally have issues with these calls don't actually care about the people who are being hurt. Generally speaking, it's more, the quote unquote hypocrisy of it, whatever, what have you. So, the fact of the matter is that the Glitchtail victims don't care about people like Sasu, people like Rin, or Rifleman J, because there's so much nuance in a lot of these calls with Sasu or Rifleman J. It's like, well, did you bother to look into any of this? Did you bother to ask why, Sasu was pulled into a call for the 4th time? Now, granted, I had issues with the end of I have issues actually with the entire call.
Yeah.
But did you bother to ask why he was pulled into a call for the 4th, 6th, 7th, whatever, how many times? Did you ask why this other Rifleman J was pulled into a call first after he was stalking? Did you ask? No, you didn't. You're just assuming. You're assuming because the idea of Senate has this umbrella of like they're bad people and they tell people to kill themselves. They're a bunch of boogeymen, and it's like, what the fuck is this call then? What is this call that you're having with Crystal? But what is it but a Senate call? That's all it is a Senate call, and it doesn't appear quite yet, at least not in my opinion. But we're coming real close to it.
Yeah, essentially.
There's the Rifleman J call, which you're already aware of as you've watched the call with me, Beckett, and Lio, which is probably going to be made public soon. I've already explained the conditions of that call. That's it.
That is it. So there's nothing else that we don't know
There's
of.
no other gallery calls. No.
It doesn't have to be a gallery call.
What?
Okay. There was multiple fucking silly calls of just being goofy in the Cat's Lair. Nothing more than that. There was a call where Lyle was explaining the fucking introduction to the Cat's Lair. There was a call. That's basically it.
Okay. Also, we wanted to put a screenshot here. Here we go. I wanted to ask, well, we all do, what does this message mean? I want to understand your full meaning behind things such as neutral ending, sicko mode, and then reflected. We need a lot more clarity on this, just to understand how you view these things. Because from what we've seen, this is a call that's included incredibly serious content matter.
Okay, so it seems that all of you have somehow missed during the call that I went silent for the most of it. I went silent for quite a big period of it. Because when you weaponize their life and or stuff like that, it's a triggering point for me, because there's been multiple people in my past who weaponize their life against me. You guys saw that my reaction when Patch did that, to the point where I was to the point of discomfort, where I did not understand the point what Dorito was making. What I mean by sicko mode, it was very much me reducing. I should not have expressed stuff like that. That was not okay for me to do. But it's to the sense of such dissociation in relation to that call, because I can't watch that call because I feel sick by...
What is that?
What is that? Is that someone in the background?
Yeah, that's some background on the call. Okay.
Ah, that's annoying.
We'll continue.
Even the thought of that call. So that was probably me trying to cope with the idea of what the call was.
That's fair. I would like to mention that while we did ask you, Crystal, to speak less on matters regarding the ACC with us, we were concerned about how being kept in the dark about this completely, especially how the Sasu call had gone. I mean, how this had already been thrown out, at least on this, the 2nd of May. So you did put a message in the chat towards that time. It was kind of unbeknownst and hidden from us. And while I do not believe this is something intentional from you, I'm concerned regarding this call that hanging out with certain individuals such as Lio, your time in this has made you desensitized to how truly serious these behaviors in the call are and how they generally reflect now.
I swear to God, I want them to look into a mirror and repeat exactly what they said back to themselves.
I'm a bad man. I'm gonna cause Crystal to start doing skateboarding and doing drugs and
listening to the hip hops.
Yep, listen to the hip hop. Probably reading the Bible.
I'm like, stop. No, but seriously, listening to this call. There's just no way. There's no way you are this unaware of what's happening.
They are.
Well, you're doing some really bad stuff. And Crystal, I really, you hanging out with these people has been a really bad influence of how serious and how damaging. Meanwhile, this call is still another 2 hours and 11 minutes long. Yeah, something like that. And it's like the last hour of it is just or last 2 hours of it is just nothing but abuse. It's like, holy shit, there's just no fucking way.
It's just a Rosa call without the ableism.
well, no, there's still ableism in there. That's the thing. There's still wine. It's not to that degree. I mean, in my opinion, it's not to the degree of the Rosa Call, granted, and there's not as much, like there's no slut shaming in it. At least not from what I heard. But I wouldn't say it's a Rosa Call. I don't think there's much that can top the Rosa Call, to be quite honest.
You guys can claim that I'm a bad influence on Crystal when she starts buying Transformers, much to her own bank account's detriment.
But this call is like, everyone's like, oh, we're gonna take down Lio. We're gonna knock Lio down a peg. But this is the second call I've listened to in the last 2 weeks where I've been like, that's just a Senate call. That's just a Senate call with less funny people in it.
Well, not just that. Like, if you're gonna knock me down, take me down a peg, why do you always try to do it through other people? Server's open.
And as much as Lio is gonna roll his eyes when I say this, Beckett just said this on one of his latest streams. No, you take Lio down, and there's gonna be someone who's gonna take his place.
Nature abhors a vacuum.
Huh?
Nature abhors a vacuum.
Nature abhors a vacuum. I like that. Nature abhors a vacuum. I'm sure that's from some comic that you're quoting, but
that's not a comic.
Well, sure, it's not, old man. Yeah,
Don't
cool.
bully me.
Okay, let's go.
I will make these people correct themselves. They keep saying Lio goes on anime speeches. I go on comic book speeches. Shut up.
Oh my god, whatever. All right, let's go.
Now, not just amongst the ACC, but amongst us.
I'm confused on what you mean.
That's fine. We'll move on to the next point. This, in every essence, was a mistake. And I believe, I truly stand by this. And I really want to believe that you're sorry for this as well. But I want to share my concerns with you, because the fact that you don't seem to understand the implications of this call can hurt others. And I know it's a case where we're only human, and I understand that. It's hence why we're here speaking to you like this. We want to get to the bottom of it. If we didn't really consider that, we wouldn't just be talking to you at all. We know more than anyone that we all make mistakes. We know each other a lot, which is why we're emphasizing how concerned we are with how the Sasu call had got, the comments that you made, and the comments that you have made henceforth. I can absolutely say in truth of my heart that Sasu's not a good person. I think we all can. But my real concern, again, is the
Okay, I want to make sure this is very clear. The person at fault for the Sasu call is me. I could have and should have given them more information about who Sasu was, so the call didn't turn out the way it was. That is on me. That is my fault. It is not Ponder's fault. It is not Crystal's fault. It is my fault. Stop putting the blame on people who are not at fault.
Influence that all of this has had on you. Since beforehand, behavior like this was agreed to be considered unacceptable. Let it be towards like a child predator. You know it was situations that we've handled. But Sasu isn't that. And if there's context missing, we would gladly like to see further proof.
Okay, so what I would like to make. So the idea of people showing suicidal ideation, it should only be encouraged and or propagated when it comes to a child groomer. So I need to raise all of you on the point. When Lio mentioned that he was going to talk about the glitch cell victims, but then was talked out of it, and then I said to his face, and I said this to you guys, that I would have encouraged it. None of you took a problem there. Lio isn't a child predator, so please explain that to me.
I don't think throwing that back at us is really needed, but
want to give some context here, since I don't think this has been spoken about publicly. When I was working on the Crystal video, to Peaches and Lumi's direction, Peaches wanted me to include some shots at the Glitchtail victims who had made some tweets that were derogatory or incorrect about Peaches and stuff they had done. So, I found ways to not do that, because I did not think it was right, regardless of what was being said about Peaches by these people, to take those types of shots at victims. And I had made a comment that with the and I made this is a personal comment, like it was in a private call to Crystal. Gidget, stop biting, booger. And I told her, because of how that turned out, that I was completely wrong, that I was lied to, and I was used by Peaches, Lumi, and other people to attack Crystal because they were mad Crystal said something they didn't like about them. And if I had taken those shots at those victims like that, I probably wouldn't be here right now. I don't think I could actually live with that level of guilt. And Crystal said that if that were the case, she would have encouraged it. And that's what she's talking about here. And now they're trying to pivot from that because apparently they've said similar things, if not worse, because Crystal's told me that some of these people hope I get brain cancer and stuff like that because I checked notes.
Oh yeah.
Had some bad behavior that I'm trying to get through because, you know, we all make mistakes, right, Hayden?
And
That's the
like
main guy talking,
well, hold on. I do want to be clear. Like what you say within the confines of your group, I believe may not necessarily be exactly how you feel, except for within the moment. These people could just be expressing their feelings. It could just be, and you and I have had this conversation previously, specifically about my feelings. Hold on one second.
Since Monstrous is gone, I'll go ahead and get the context. Monstrous admitted total and absolute love and infatuation with me, and I told her we just can't make it work because I'm married.
God, Lyle! Whatever.
You came back real quick, didn't you?
Getting stickers for my child, and you're like, Mom just admitted total infatuation. My God. Not on your life, not in this one or the next. Anyway.
That's fine.
No. So, yes. So what people say within the confines of a group call, or I'm sorry, a group text channel, could just be the amalgamation of their feelings. I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt. However, it's like that old saying that seems to circulate around the internet. If you're not willing to say it in public, why would you say it in private? You know, and you don't get to stay anonymous forever. Someone is going to rat you out at some point for the things that you say. So why would you say it? You can't sit there and be like, oh, this person is bad. He called someone the R slur or the F slur, and then turn around and say, I hope that man dies of brain cancer, and go into gratuitous detail, which was how it was described to us, gratuitous detail. Granted, we don't have the screenshots of that. And I will say that our understanding of the situation is skewed in that we don't have screenshots of the situation, or at least I don't have those screenshots.
I don't even want them.
Well, right, but I'm just giving the chat the scope of at least my understanding. But and the timestamps that we have, or the timestamps that I'm using, were provided by Crystal. However, I will say that some of these timestamps, at least, are the ones that were most important to me. So, just as a heads up. Yeah, let's go ahead. I don't know who this clown is in chat, but you're also going to go bye-bye. Let's go ahead and keep going.
Oh, you're talking
It's
about
the
Frank
idea
Ryan
of
already?
The things that would be good.
Yeah, it was the idea. So it's
Also, real quick to the Glitch Tail victims, again, not taking shots at you as people, but for me to get brain cancer, that would imply I have a brain. Gotcha.
not
that's
okay
true.
to do it to people who want
That's
chart
true.
badges. I encouraged it.
In fact, Guac Barrel has one between all 21 of us, and we all take turns every 21 weeks. Each one of us gets the single brain cell. we'll have joint custody.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Hit play.
Oh, I hit. Okay.
I said to Lyle, I would have been to end your life if you dragged a glitch victim into it. This was praised within the group chat. Lyle isn't a child predator. You're taking issue with a person who is suicidal, who being Sasu, who showed suicidal ideation. Lyle has showed suicidal ideations in the past. I said I would have encouraged that I would have encouraged him to go through with ending his life if he dragged the glitch victims into it. Why was Sasu the don't do it to Sasu, which I do agree with that. But why was the same energy not followed through with Liar? Why did you all encourage and praise me in the way when I did it with Liar?
I think that's a fallacy met on all of our parts, including yourself. However, I believe a key point towards the Sasu goal, which we will eventually get to, especially when we get to handle our own personal concerns, is the standing of accessibility needs, which you have sorely missing. However, we will get to that. And a fear that's resonated with us now, since you've got involved with all these affairs, and the very toxic community that this all is the questions that will pose to our own abuse stories, hence why you took the mantle, the ownership of all of it to lessen our burdens. However, if unintentional, you've only burdened us more, and it feels like our own well-being has been lost in a crusade to get everything on peaches, which has led us to this very call right now. And this next part is up to you to answer. But our judgment of you should be more clear out of anyone who can view and analyze you, and hence your acknowledgement of the calls for Rin and now Sasu feel very disingenuous to us. Mentions to view their behavior in a vacuum is inexcusable, even with limited context.
Okay, cool. Wow, that's weird. Okay. I just want to say that the Sasu call would only feel disingenuous if you didn't actually know or understand the context behind it. That's the only time it would ever feel disingenuous. That's it. That's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, and again, that call was my fault, and that shouldn't have happened, frankly, at all. I should have just told Sasu to piss off,
Right.
and it's what I'm doing in the future.
Right.
One thing they keep getting on to Crystal about is, well, you burned us more. Okay, cool. Pick it up and go on your own.
Yeah. Yeah, that, and that's kind of what I keep seeing. If you don't like what someone's doing, you need to just, that's it. Go on your own way.
It was blatantly wrong to be involved in the first place, and it was wrong to continue it for so long. Now that we've been thrown into a situation where the trust in the figure who claim themselves to be the leader and supporter has diminished more and more, and the idea of our own stories being invalidated with your association has only been made more and more aware to us. And if you have no more comments on that.
The only reason you would feel like your story is being invalidated is if you feel like everyone else's story is invalidated simply by Crystal's presence. So is that how this works? Like suddenly
that's not even consistent within their own logic, because what they were doing when Peaches put out that thread about some of their bad actions in that FCK server, like their main point was, well, you want distance from Peaches, but what work they did and like the information in their videos, that was still valid. So now their stories can't be valid because Crystal, who is objectively done less troublesome actions, somehow that's not possibly valid now because of this. Is the dumbest thing I've heard in a while.
Well, and again, if you feel like someone's involvement means that they're suddenly going to like prevent your story from being considered valid, you pack your bags, you walk away. You don't get to hide behind the veil of anonymity for forever if you want your justice. That is just not how it works. Like, you gotta sack up at some point. Grow a fucking spine. Grow some balls, whatever genitals you think are gonna help you get along, and do
balls
shit.
Balls is a
it's
state
done.
of mind.
Yeah, exactly.
That's fair, but we'll give a little bit of time now because we'll be transitioning on to another part of things.
We can move to the next point.
Well, I'm gonna say now. Oh, yeah, questions, go on.
I want to talk a bit about the point that Crystal made earlier about bringing it to us in terms of Lio. And upon reflection, I agree. This isn't something we should continually encourage, but it just feels very odd that this is deflected on us, especially when the actual context of the call is very different. Like, we said that stuff in a closed group chat. I know it was so wrong, but it feels like a very weird sense of whataboutism when you're bringing it to deflect from the Sasu call as a thing. It does not feel right there.
Well, to those of you in that group chat who are saying that was wrong, my DMs are open. You can apologize. I'll accept it.
It's of the idea of, if you're going to morally hold me to a standard that you cannot follow yourself, I don't think you will have the right to hold me to it. Well, I do agree, this should be talked about, to not acknowledge that you guys have done it yourselves as well, even within a private group chat, because you guys are holding me accountable for stuff I've said in the private group chat with the bro went sicko mode. I'm glad you are holding me accountable for that, but I'm going to do the same thing.
Okay. I believe one thing that you need to understand, Crystal, is the standing within this group chat. It's a common theme that will be took place throughout this call and that we'll get to, and I believe the standing that you have in comparison to us will be explored with time.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that will partially answer this question.
I'm just going to close it here, but it just generally feel where this is parallel, because I agree completely. This is something that we are fucked up on morally. But the reason it's questioned so much is because, with you saying it in the group chat, is because you were directly involved in that call. There's a difference between privacy and directly speaking to the person.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Okay, that's fair.
But yeah, it's all
I'd say, since we're bordering on to the...
Are we still talking about Sasu?
Yes.
Jesus fuck. Oh my god. Oh my god. This man has a parasocial... Now, I don't like Lumi. Let's make this abundantly clear. I do not like Lumi. I dislike Lumi. For the fourth time, I don't like Lumi. But this man had a parasocial relationship where he felt entitled to someone's attention and someone's time to the point where it became creepy and uncomfortable. And when told no, he got upset. He could not handle the rejection. And this man was going to, I don't know, what was he going to do? Drive himself into a wall? Is that what it was? I can't remember. I wasn't a part of that call. Or those calls in general, I should say. Whatever. Regardless. So he was like, I'm not sorry. The man was a weirdo. The man's a freak. Like he in fact he had a call in Guac Barrel where the call started off shitty, where we were making fun of him, and they're like, and I asked him like, why are you doing this? Why are you getting these calls? And he's like, yeah, you're right. I shouldn't get in these calls. I'm gonna do better in my life. And then a dude exited the calls and for 3 days was dead silent and totally normal. And then you know what he did? The exact same thing. The exact same thing. He's been doing it for months and he won't shut up. He loves this attention. You cannot convince me otherwise. I still don't believe his breakdown should have been posted on the internet for everyone to see. I still think that's a shitty thing everyone did.
Agreed.
But this is ridiculous. Stop making excuses for him. Stop sitting there and being like, well, he should have had the call. No, stop. Stop. There were people in that call who wanted their justice. You cannot ask for your pound of flesh and say that other people did not deserve their pound of flesh. That's ridiculous. Who are you to be the arbiter of that? Ridiculous.
1 hour mark. I'd say let's take a 5-minute break and then continue on. So yeah, 5 minutes. Then once it's 1 a.m., we can continue. Sound good?
Sure.
Brilliant. I'm gonna get myself some water. Here we go. Everyone ready to start back up? Or do we still need a bit more time? I know breaks
ready.
are
Good.
flexible. I say 5 minutes is like a general
Good.
starter thing, but yeah. Lily, Stella? Oh, I think Stella.
I'm
Yeah,
good.
yeah.
We got water already.
Brill. I guess we'll wait for Lily.
I'll be taking a seat back for a moment, but I'll be listening.
Let's chill. Okay.
I want to remind this chat that this call is 4 hours long. 4 hours. I guess I'll say a soft cap. I generally have a soft cap of Thunderdome for 2 hours with some flexibility. I cannot fathom what you need to say, how you need to talk to somebody for 4 hours. If you can't say to somebody, I don't know, 30 minutes, 20 minutes, an hour, what? Why?
Because you don't get your pound of flesh berating somebody in a very short period of time. Again, this is just another case where people who have criticized Senate and how we operated do literally the exact same thing when given the opportunity. And, I disagree with Beckett on a lot of stuff, and eventually we are going to continue to argue. It will be entertaining. You will get your fun, Monstrous. But one thing that I do agree with is I think people like the format, and they just enjoy the power, and sooner or later
Correct.
they're also going to screw up, just like they did here.
Right. And that's always what I'm getting at. The British derogatory.
Yes.
I like that. 4 hours long. I don't understand. I can't possibly talk for 4 hours about anything. Not about my job, not about my hobby. Is that nothing? I can't talk about anything for 4 hours. It sounds exhausting. Someone's asking in chat, what does GTC stand for? Glitchtail
Glitchtail
Crew. We'd
Community.
answer this multiple times. Please keep up. If not, watch the show, whatever. Watch the stream from the very beginning. Someone pointed out I would have left after 5 minutes. I actually was asked to do a Thunderdome call with somebody recently, and I told them that the only thing that would happen, I said yes, but I said that the only thing that would happen was I'd call them names, and then I would put my headset down, I'd put on a movie, and I'd eat ice cream for the next 2 hours.
Okay,
And
I
that's
have to
exactly.
ask, who was it?
It was Gus. You probably don't know. He was in Thunderdome. Thunderdome and in a Gilded server. But he legitimately asked me for a call. I said, fine, I'll do a Thunderdome call with you, but this is exactly what's gonna happen. He's like, well, you won't debate me. I'm like, no, of course I'm not going to. I'm gonna call you names. I'm gonna put my headset down and I'm gonna go watch a movie for 2 hours. And he's like, no, you have to debate me. No, I'm not gonna sit there and listen to you just scream slurs at me for 2 hours. I wouldn't sit in on this 4-hour call. People who do this, I don't know why you would. I'm not gonna sit there and listen to people yell at me for 2 hours. The people who do these sorts of things, the Rin call, the Sasu call, if I was on the receiving end of that, I would not be that person. I don't understand people who do. I don't get it. I find it so goofy. We're gonna continue because I'm wasting time.
Go ahead.
Now we're going into a part where, well, I'll just begin off now, really. Your association with this community has led to a point where we have personally felt ignored, where you would come around generally only for talking about the ACC, FCK, or whatever attached. And this poses most strangely when you take other people's input advice that they've clearly influenced you, such as places like the Cat Slayer, where they told you were too nice. And I guess you can see why this would worry us. It comes off that you don't have your own standing and confidence to handle these situations, and you've had to take a look at people from Lio's community for advice, or at least in terms of that general, thing that just... And we can only see this as opposed to conferring with us about it. And when a lot of these people that we've seen you confer with in other servers, it draws on some other concerns. Of course, you can take a look at people, just like it's a wide range, Kumo, Endler, etc. And again, these are people who have like no qualms about being around or making just, very interesting comments, as from what we've seen yesterday with the rape jokes and transphobic comments and more. While we would never use guilt by association, it very much concerns us that there would be it would be an active
So then what is this?
Guilt by
I use
association.
guilt by association, but that's exactly what this is.
engagement around these people, to be in the same space, listening around the things that they say without even challenging them. While I understand while not interfering with other people's communities is like a general worry that anyone would keep in mind.
Correction, Crystal challenged me all the doggone time. What are you on about?
We are worried about the genuine care about you for your path and where it could potentially lead you down in the future. And while we have hung out a few times, most of the time you would just kind of leave our calls once you're finished talking about ACC-related things, and it kind of concerns us a lot, especially with how you criticized Erin for doing something similar with their own actions. Because of all of this, I think we just wanted to ask, are you receiving any help right now? Are you, like seeking therapy?
No, I'm not seeking. I'm going to be attending therapy soon, but
Oh, that's good.
yeah.
But are you struggling right now?
Surprisingly not. I've just felt like I've just slowly moved on to a new fandom, aka like Enders. So not Kumo, trust me, not Kumo. I'm not to that level yet.
Okay.
But with Enders, yes, they have. Enders server is provocative as a lot of them appear. They actually really fucking care, like wholeheartedly. One of the main people I would like you to see is the message that Vanilla sent me.
Oh yeah, Endless server totally cares. That's Krista, I told you this in a private message. I'm telling you now, there's a reason why I'm going over this, and Inla really isn't. Gonna go ahead and put my cards on the table. I don't think they care about you. I do, to be honest, which is why, even though you've done snaky stuff, I'm not throwing you to the curb and leaving you out in the cold. Monstrous was kind enough to give our friendship another shot. I'm kind enough to give you that as well. If you found some decent people in Endless server, good for you. I hope they are actually decent, but I don't think your community is filled with decent people. I'm sorry, but it's not.
When
I think
was,
we can get that to whenever you have your own
Okay.
floor, unless you think this has a very extra precedence. I just don't want to
Yes.
see it as like a main thing leading off. But
I
if you
generally
can
do
send
get
it
a
now.
lot of main presidents. Let me grab it. Hold on 1 second.
Okay.
So, these are people who have taken issue with the Sasuke as well, in a different way though, because they know more about Sasuke than I do.
Okay.
And their approach was when I was trying to reply to the Sasuke, or make a reply to just my whole involvement in the Senate as a whole. They told me bluntly how it is, and I would like you to.
Oh, we've seen it.
Yeah, this
We've
one?
looked in it. Yeah, we've looked at all of it. Yeah, no, we've already seen that.
Yeah.
We've took it into account with going forth. We don't need to
These,
take a look at that.
like, these are people who have held me accountable in a blunt but at least good faith way, and I appreciate that from them.
No, we've seen fair criticism. In fact, that's why I've personally used the word crusade within this, because there was a brilliant comment constructed that involved it. So yes, we have seen that being take place in Endless Server. However, this is something that we've already incorporated.
Okay. But no, I do get the worries with
I don't think we need to stay on this point any longer, unless you believe
No.
going on it further would be useful.
Maybe you should just let Crystal speak for now.
Okay.
So respond to everything you just said because it was a lot.
Yeah. So I do feel like your concerns with Kumo's conduct and stuff like that are valid. These are people I would never imagine myself associating with a year ago. These, I do not agree with Kumo's view on pronouns. I do not agree with Kumo's view on rape comments. I do not agree on a lot of that stuff. But I'm not
Okay.
going to come into his space, into his server, and morally grandstand about like this isn't okay. Because bro has heard that enough times where he would just tell me to shut the fuck up. Like it would achieve nothing for me to push my morals onto him.
Okay.
So that's my response in that relation to associating with those people.
Do we need to add anything else?
Not I can think of right now.
Some common sense.
Okay. The reason why we asked if you were struggling is because we're extremely worried. You are a dear friend to us. And honestly, before we move on, we've set the floor enough for this call, and we want to give you the opportunity to be more transparent about things now. Is there anything immediate that we should know about? I think we should be informed about what our close friends involved in, because, again, there is the worry for all of us where we'd watch out for each other, so we wouldn't get too deep in anything.
it was the call which you guys are already aware of. Like that call, like Lio has in quotations dropped me because he's finally caught on that I wasn't his friend.
Okay.
Like it's done. I can't, even if I wanted to, even like on a holy situation, I want to go back to Lio. I can't. That bridge is burnt now. So that's
Is
finished.
there anything else that you could expand on with that, or anything more?
Well, Lio showed a lot of his true colors that day. Of what is like in that call. He doesn't disavow the call. He reduced my shit with Peaches to gossip. He's hypocritical. Shocker, I know. Everything that was said in the Mali call and his agreement was just lip service. And yeah, he's kind of done. Like everything he's stood for, that call shows he doesn't.
If it was just lip service, I wouldn't have stopped doing calls, Crystal. And don't say everything I stood for is gone. It's not. I don't know if this is more of you sucking up to these people or lying about things, but you can't sit here and talk about how I'm dishonest about things, which I'm not, by the way. My opinion about that call pivoted after over a week of people like Monstrous telling me that I was being dumb. Now, could I have worded myself better in that? Yeah. Could I have come with a lot less vitriol? Absolutely. Still things I'm thinking about over concerning that. However, the idea of some of you seem to have that somebody who has wronged me, I need to be super ultra mega nice to. You wouldn't ask that of anybody else. I think that's unreasonable to ask of me.
Mm-hmm. And is there anything more that you could add on? If it's not just related to that, anything else?
I am going to move us a little further along because
Go
I
ahead.
technically only have 30 minutes left of my 2 hours, but I will stay for the last, I think, hour or so.
Sure.
Give me 1 second. I want to remind the chat that you can actually listen to this entire call in the description, and it is edited because there's personal information that was edited out. Obviously we're playing it. It's the same call. It was edited. Blah 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 blah.
Yeah. Also,
And actually, Crystal, that wasn't even 2 hours into the call. That was an hour into the call.
Also, there's really nothing to emote dance over that you suckered somebody who you knew trusted you. That's a weird thing, Crystal. Come on. Anyways, hit play.
Hold on 1 second. I'm trying to find the thing.
Just gonna be a little blunt here, not trying to be cruel to Crystal, but just need to put this in perspective because I know the last time I mentioned something like this, she understood. That's Peach's behavior.
Okay.
227.50 is where you need to go.
Just from this point forward, again, this is your warning. This call does get pretty difficult. I recommend that if you have difficulty with verbal abuse, you do step away at this time. You can always listen to the call later at a different time or wait for the transcript, blah, 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 blah.
Over this time, and it's only caused us to get more and more concerned.
Sure.
And it's a shame, because while you've labelled all those other things as reasonings of what you've gone through so far,
yeah, like
we haven't came up. The like people that you've helped haven't came up. How they may see it, how they may be hurt.
Yes, they did in the Laka call. They did. You guys were a talking point. I was aware that you, like Stella and Lily, were in the call. I was aware it was being listened to.
But that was something that we only had to find out very much after the fact. We weren't told. We were kept in the dark.
Okay, so I was told not to talk about ACC stuff, but I should have talked about it then.
It was
This is a catch-22. You were literally saying that was the boundary you guys had. You guys said, do not talk to us about ACC. I want my friend. And now you guys want me to talk about it more?
Correct. Also, real quick, gonna go ahead and put it this way, making this as public as I can. Laka, if you have questions about me or towards me, grab your pants, tighten them up around your waist, go to my DMs. Stop manipulating and using other people to try to get damning info instead of just talking to me like an adult. You made a lot of claims, a lot of assumptions based on literally nothing because it suits whatever you have to say. You want to be the spokesperson for troubled people that have gone through horrible things? Fine, but stop being a snake and certainly stop being a coward.
I'm going to add on to that. I'm going to add on to that really quick. I listened to the Laka call with Crystal, and I have some issues with it. Laka's never come to me about anything or at least never personally hated on me. But I do have issues with the lock call. Because again, I will repeat, and I've said this to a couple people who brought the lock call to my attention. I won't name them because they asked not to be named. But
Boo.
I know, sorry.
Sorry, not sorry.
But again, the lock call really does not differ from a Senate call, except there's this push for how do I want to word this? Maybe not push. There's this desire to strong arm somebody. You know, it may not be putting somebody down by calling them slurs or whatever, but when you gang up on somebody, that's a pretty big hallmark of a Senate call.
Yeah.
A one against 20 people, or against 20 people, 30 people, whatever. One against 8. That's pretty normal for quote unquote guac barrel call. I don't know. It's everybody wants to say, oh well, this isn't Senate. We're not the Senate. Well, yeah, you are. Your calls are the exact same, and I hear them all. Stop saying you're not like Senate, because you are. You don't have the slurs, but you do the exact same thing. You're not twisting somebody's arm. You're calling them a pedophile. You're not calling them a predator. But not every Senate call was like that. Let's keep that in mind. I'm gonna move on.
Shouldn't have had the slurs to begin with, honestly.
Is literally saying, do not talk about this. I respect that. Crystal, why did you respect my boundary? Why did you listen to us?
Crystal, we've put things out exactly for how they are.
Okay,
This
so
is how it affects us.
with the association of us not wanting to hear about AC stuff all the time is because of stuff you had promised us, being like, I will not be controlled by the people in the Senate. I have them all under my finger.
I was
And
played.
clearly you did not.
I put my fucking hand into too many fucking pies. I was played. I came over my head. I don't know what more to say. I don't know what more to say.
I know, but when we're challenged on points like this, it brings that immediately back as main idiosyncrasies, and we just get more and more concerned.
I don't understand, in relation to the sassical, what more consequences I can face. When I was listing the consequences, I listed 19.
Well, we have some more still.
Sure.
Shall
Okay.
we continue?
I don't know. I'm thinking that we could take.
Let me just. I'm gonna pause here again. No, you don't. No, you don't. You don't have more. Crystal said there was 19. You can't possibly have more. Thank you. That's it. That's all I wanted to say.
Well, on top of that, how much is enough? How much is a pound of
Exactly.
flesh to these people?
Exactly.
It's ridiculous.
Well, exactly.
It's also cruel.
That's what I'm getting at. Yeah,
Like,
that's what I'm getting at.
And here's the thing: like, there's definitely problems we had in Senate calls. There are times we treated people incorrectly, even in non-Senate calls. I'll give you guys a peek behind the curtain. I had a call back in December within the SCC where an individual had accused or continued to propagate the rumor of Ephraim being inappropriate with somebody. And I tore into this person. And I was really mean to them. I should not have been that mean to them. I should have given them more space. I should have given them more of a chance to explain themselves without berating them as much, without being as aggressive as I was. Because what they did was wrong. I'm not going to argue that, and very much so. But he wasn't a predator. He wasn't a harasser. He was just being dumb. And I should have been kinder. If we're talking about, dealing with predators or whatnot, who cares, right? Who cares how mean you are? I have had some people get on to me about it, saying I'm too mean to them, but they can, take a jog. But when you're dealing with somebody like Crystal, who hasn't done anything like that, who hasn't been predatory, the worst they've been is, well, inconsistent and a bit of a snake, this is not necessary. Like, this isn't necessary. Crystal's not stalking anybody. Crystal's not harassing people. She's not doing any of that. This entire 4-hour call is, well, I'm going to use the big mean B word. It's just bullying. It's just cruelty for the sake of wanting power over somebody. Especially somebody who's sacrificed a lot for you guys. And here's the thing. I sacrifice a lot for people too. To the point to where Monstrous has actually put like a stipulation on giving another shot at friendship to where if I do not take a break, we won't be friends. Like, to that point. So I get it. I get the sacrifice angle of it. And Crystal's done that for you guys to an absurd degree. A degree even I wouldn't go to for people. And this is how you guys reward her? By berating her for nearly 4 hours straight, by demanding answers that are not conducive to each other by getting mad at her for not communicating things she's doing while also saying they don't want to hear it. This is not how you treat a friend. This isn't certainly how you treat somebody that's shown you guys that level of love, care, and compassion. Like, genuinely, what is wrong with you guys? You sit here and you go on about my bad actions, and I've had them. I'm still working on them. And I'm not perfect by any means. But you can't sit here and talk about how bad I am when you're treating your friend like this. The people I was mean to were never my friends. This is just sadism, and it's just wrong. And there's something wrong with you guys for allowing this, especially when you guys are all over Crystal for not being more public about the Sasu stuff. Where's your public accountability for this? There's no way you guys still think this was okay. Comic monologue over.
Not. Well, and not only that, but you know, none of them have come forward about this call, and later in the call, you know, something happens. I don't want to spoil it, but something happens where I was actually shocked. I say shocked, but it was more of like, wow, like the audacity to say that, because I would never personally, regardless if I didn't like somebody, I would never have said that. So, yeah, I again, when someone says, well, I have 19 written down, and people are like, well, we have more. Like, no, you don't. No, you don't. You're being pedantic. It's you're throwing the flail for the fun of it, for the fuck of it, because you think you can. And you don't have to like somebody, you don't have to be their friend, but at some point, enough becomes enough, and we are at that point. You don't need to keep beating the horse. The horse is dead.
All right, let's continue.
Take a break towards the end of the hour, just a 5-minute one.
I just want to get this over with. It's 3 hours.
Same, but it's just we need to maintain
At
things
what point,
appropriately.
at what point am I like?
I'm getting more emotional with this as well, and I think a break could be good just to maintain that.
How many times do we have to do this break and get to a point where I'm getting emotional again? Like, at what point is it like?
But Crystal, if we continue from where we're going now, it could make things more sour. So I think
Okay, no, wait. No, the issue was with the Sassy call, right? That it kept on starting and going, from calm to upset, Isn't that the same fucking thing was happening right now? Like, do you want to keep it going? Carry on? Just make your points. Get it over with.
We've been trying to, and of course we want to have your input back, but we're trying our best to get this done, and we won't.
Again, I would never sit through a call like this for what are we at? We're at 2.5 hours. I would never sit through a call like this. I don't know why everyone keeps doing it. If you can't say something to me in 30 minutes and we can't resolve what we're doing, or there's no progress made within 20-30 minutes, I'm out. Goodbye. See you. If you're going to sit there and berate me for 20-30 minutes, 40 minutes, an hour, 2 hours, bye. I'm not staying. I'm going to go be basic. I'm going to go get my macchiato. I'm going to go get some ice cream. I've got infinitely better things to do and better ways to spend my time than listen to a bunch of... I'm not calling these victims jack-offs. Let's make that clear. Listen to a bunch of people on the internet.
Dorks.
Call me names. I don't care. Yeah.
Well,
again, no one...
The weird thing is, and I can actually verify what Monstrous is saying, we had a call a couple of years ago in Senate with an individual named Ruza. Now, I had left the call because I said what I needed to, but Ruza was being a dick to Monstrous, and after Monstrous tried to level with them for 30 minutes, Monstrous just gave up and started making fun of him. So that's actually accurate.
Well, yeah, because at that point, if there's no getting through to you, I don't care. I don't remember that call, but that absolutely sounds like me. So yeah, because I don't care. Like if we're not going to work together, we're not going to figure this out. Then I don't care. And I said this to so many of the new mods for Cat Slayer. Why would you sit and call in VCs for hours with somebody who's starting their life? Why would you sit in calls for hours with somebody who's telling you what a terrible person you are? Stop doing that. Stop it. I'm telling you now, stop it. I've been on the internet for way too long. I'm telling you, stop it.
Get some help.
I'm not doing this to hurt you. It's just to understand the predicament that we've been put in now. And
it's already hurting.
But we've been hurt as well, and we don't mean to hurt you further. And if this is a case where we need to reevaluate things just to stop it, we will stop it now, because by no means we want to have you hurt.
Ongoing. Get it over with.
We have our own accessibility needs that we need to keep in mind. And I think that's something I'll have to reinforce, because at the end of this hour, we will take a 5-minute break, just a short one.
Furry is not part of that one. Yeah.
And I think that's what we have to keep to. I'm
To
sorry.
clarify, I will need to switch to my phone to stay off my computer when the break is over.
That's okay.
We want to change from the grain scale, but I just want to clarify.
Will that cause any extra time to be needed?
No,
Like,
well,
just for the
because I
break?
can
Okay.
easily switch.
Oh, okay.
I can
that's
switch this right during the break, so okay.
Okay. Well, to lead on further,
True.
when we were taking a look at general things, like, thankfully you did give me an invite to the Endless server, which has been a big help in just kind of having things further known, which is nice. While this response was kind of focusing on the more, like, lighter aspects of the fact that it feels like there wasn't enough, like, focus at the time in Sass's issues. However, you've answered that. You've gave us the reasoning, and perhaps adding a more lighter aspect could be justification. But, oh, that's Kyle gone. Hopefully they're okay. Sorry, that immediately distracted me. I will get back to reading that off again. So while seeing that response there, just being like, oh, I got to test out my new recording layout, it felt like there wasn't enough, like, measures just kind of taking place. Of course, you are probably exhausted a lot after this time. We will take that into account. But
Is it though? Is it really getting taken into account? Like, you know,
But
how
we've
you guys
seen all of
how
this.
you guys supposedly took my trigger into account, which you didn't, and you lied to me when you said you did, and you had to backtrack from that. So is it really being taken into
Crystal,
account?
the standing of it still remains. We are always going to be empathetic for that. You are our friend. Also, welcome back, Kyle.
It
I
is
wouldn't
being
wanna be
taken
their
into
enemy
account,
at
but
this
yeah,
time
it wasn't
because
even
we're friends.
registered until I said it.
The point that we have remains based upon its standing, and if anything comes across that poses directly against you, I'm sorry that has came off like that.
I would never treat my friend like this. I would
No.
never make my friend sit in a call with me for 2.5 hours and berate them and tell them all the ways in which they're a bad person. Now, granted, my call with you, Lio, after we reconnected was, I don't know, maybe an hour long. And you and I had our ebbs and flows in the call of some good and some bad. But I did not sit there and berate you, and you did not sit there and berate me for 2.5 hours.
I mean,
And I'm going to hear a lot of like, well, you know, we have trauma. Well, we were abused and we have trauma. And I'm trying to be empathetic towards that.
yeah.
You know, I'm probably significantly older than some of these people. I've had time to work on my trauma.
Ow.
Trauma and abuse is not an excuse to hurt other people.
True.
It is not a carte blanche to swing at people because they do something that you don't like. This is not okay. Again, I'm going to remind the chat that at the very beginning of this call, I had mentioned that they talk about accessibility needs and how I'm tired of one person's accessibility needs trumping another person's accessibility needs. We are at that point. Crystal says, you know, I just want to get through this. I want to get this done. And they're like, well, but we need a 5-minute break. Okay, well, Crystal sat through 2.5 hours and there's more for you to talk about. Get through it. You can get over your 2 hours. You can get over your 5 minutes. Because it goes on for another 1.5 hours after this. You can get over your 5-minute break. This is so silly. This is beyond ridiculous. Friends do not do this to friends.
No, they don't.
You can hold your friends accountable without berating them for 4 hours. And I see in this chat, well, you know, it's hard for me to leave because they're my friends. I wouldn't let my friends do this to me. I don't care how much I wouldn't let my family do this to me. Unless I was in the pits of a drug addiction or alcohol addiction or gonna lose my home or whatever, I would never, ever let anybody hold me hostage like this. I'm sorry, I've been corrected. The call was 4 hours and 45 minutes without breaks. So,
Jeez.
this call was truncated, I believe, and stuff was taken out. So, yeah. Frick makes a great point. Please do not allow people to talk to you like you're dirt beneath their shoes.
Yep.
It's one thing if you're doing blood sports and you don't care and you guys are just swinging at each other, nobody cares. But when you're trying to quote unquote hold somebody accountable, you don't get to do things like this. This is not accountability. This is blood sports. No matter how you package it up, no matter how you try and put a bow on it, or fucking spray some Bath and Body Works perfume on it, this is blood sports.
Yeah.
By people who like to pretend that they're not Senate members, and they're not, you know, at least as far as we know, they're not in Senate, or rather Cat Slayer, they're not in Guac Barrel, they're not, well, I guess they are at Thunderdome, as it comes to find out, but this is a Senate call. It's just packaged a little bit more nicely, I guess, you
Well,
know.
it's not just that. I mean, Frick also
The
has
neurodivergent.
Frick does have a valid point. He said in the chat. I know they go by a new name now, but I don't know what it is. And it's something even
Luke.
I've struggled with before.
Really?
Like, there have been people who have wronged me that I have treated like dirt, and I'm still trying to process. Well, how am I supposed to treat them then? There can be a level of that that you have to try to keep in mind, but at the same time, I don't know. This entire thing is just frustrating. It's primarily frustrating on my end, not because I just don't like seeing Crystal mistreated, regardless of what she's done. There's also the fact that it's bewildering to me, people who sit there and they grandstand against Senate and me specifically, while arguably doing worse than I tend to. Because I never did this to a friend. I mean, at the point I yelled at Coyote, we weren't friends. So, whatever.
All right, let's go ahead. Let's keep going.
It's
This
just
is
a
the
fight.
position we're in.
I think we should get back to our point because this
Okay,
is kind
sure.
of detracted a bit. But yes, basically, whenever we take a look back towards things such as call, you took that mess up, honestly, seems like far more seriously. That was nowhere near as, like, well, in one word, I'd say jovial as you were here. And you know what? I don't know how to really explain that. This doesn't read, and of course you said you've changed, but we always question now, what has that change led to? And looking at the times between when you posted your scriptures within our group chat and the times where you posted extracts of it within Endless Server, we kind of saw how that was kind of the first bit of, well, that you went there first. Let's just put that. And while it might seem benign, the turn towards CC servers kind of reinforces the idea of you being more and more intertwined. And of course, you have give some explanations towards that. But seeing you be more intertwined with that than our friend group, again, does bring in what other influences are there. And the influence by these people who have
Me. I'm the influence. That's it. I'm the overlord. I control everything.
You wish.
That's it. That's the end of my comment.
committed such morally questionable acts has forced us.
Endless
It has
server.
forced us into our
Actually, I do want to add something to this. So someone asked in the chat, so like Lio and Crystal are on good terms. Lio, you said I'm giving Crystal another chance. I just want to make something really, really clear. You can hurt somebody, you can have a disagreement with somebody, whatever, and then wind up going to that person. In fact, I just actually did it with Kumo. I don't know, a couple weeks ago. We hashed out a situation with a call with Peaches, myself, and Kumo. I actually don't remember a whole lot from last year. I've said this multiple times, but we hashed out that conversation. I would not call Kumo and I friends necessarily. I would struggle to call us acquaintances, but we're on speaking terms. You don't have to like somebody to be on speaking terms with them, but speaking terms is better than terrible terms. So I guess in that respect, if Crystal and Lio are talking, I guess that's good terms. But in my opinion, I would not call that good terms. But I guess that's up for Lio to decide.
I am giving Crystal.
I'm just making it clear.
I'm giving Crystal a chance. Like I try to give other people, at being a friend, not inherently being in the drama, and to not use people for that extent. Again, I cannot.
Right.
I cannot be morally consistent and expect or be upset if people don't give me a chance if I don't give other people a chance when they wrong me.
Correct. And that's kind of what I'm getting at in all of this. And Frick always takes the words right out of my mouth. So thank you, Frick. Adults don't tend to be against speaking things out with people depending on severity. Exactly. Again, you can not like somebody, you can hate somebody even, and if they don't cross a line for you specifically, not your friends, not your colleagues or whatever, not your neighbors, but for you specifically, you don't have to be nice. I feel like there's this weird dichotomy within the SCC, ACC, commentary, community drama, whatever, where if you're not somebody's enemy, you're somebody's friend. And I just don't think that's true. I think you can exist in a sort of in-between space, but you have to navigate that space very, very carefully, and do things like honoring when you say, hey, like, you can tell me this and I'm not going to tell anybody, but then you can't go tell that person what you know. Just like I said, I wasn't going to give up who gave me the information about the call. I'm honoring that when I say that. So you have to be careful with neutrality, essentially. Anyway, I'm done. I'm off my soapbox. I'm sure Beckett's gonna see this and go like, "Oh my god, Mon, you're so annoying." Anyway, let's go. Keep going.
Position now, and we are letting you know that as transparency on our end.
Okay, you are correlating Endless Server, who's very actively anti-Lio, with the Senate that is really silly.
Anti-Lio
I need to
is
switch
not a
my-
message.
I
Huh?
need to switch to my mobile real quick. I need to switch my phone.
Anti-Lio isn't the break or end all of what we stand for.
I'm not saying it is, but you're correlating the interconnection between Endless Server and Lio Server. That's like saying red and blue are the same color.
But you're not seeing how the influence can play in, no matter which. But it's the case where it's not like well, we have mentioned the influence that Lio's server has. That doesn't mean that it doesn't come from other places that you've been. And with how there's this lack of information, and from what we've seen, it can only leave us questioning. It can only leave us not knowing much, and it leaves us in a very weird position.
Because I'm allowed other friends group. Okay, so when I put my foot down, this micromanaging is not okay, nor is it going to be healthy for if there is a continuous friendship from this point on. I'm not happy with the level of micromanaging there has been the last few days. I'm not happy with the backhandedness of it.
We'll get to it.
We still need to explore that part because there's a lot to say there.
That is, because
Okay.
it's, again, the standing that we have. And I will keep on reinforcing that because it is the standing.
No. Do you see me as a figurehead, or do you see me as a person?
Everything has to be tucked into conjunction.
You guys have made a very clear line. There's various other things. So what am I to
We
you
have
guys?
been forced into this line, Crystal.
Yeah, I'm not saying you haven't been, but I'm saying, what am I? Am I a figurehead, or am I a person?
We have our own personal concerns that we have a section that we'll directly bring up. Right now, we're still documenting your actions. However, now since we're at 3, it is time
Documenting
where we
your
call a break.
actions?
So I'm going to say a 5-minute break for everyone, and we'll get.
What are you, HR?
Yes.
These people are insane.
Yes. That's what they are. Crystal's gonna get a write up and a verbal warning, all at once, actually. Yeah. No, that's well. I mean.
You're biting your tongue. I can hear it.
No, I just find this silly. Like, oh, we're documenting your actions. Okay, well, what are you gonna do? I mean, I know what's gonna happen. To be fair, but that's goofy. It's goofy to say that. We're documenting. Who cares? Crystal was just, I guess for lack of a better word, exposed. On a live stream, 2 weeks ago on Copecast. Technically, Crystal is being exposed on this stream, for lack of a better word. What is the document going to do? Is it going to show, well, this is how Crystal failed us, okay? And what new information are you telling us? Are you insinuating Crystal's a snake? Well, that already happened. What else are you insinuating that you guys are all emotionally incapable adults? I'm assuming everyone in this call is over the age of 18, by the way. If I'm incorrect, do not correct me. Because if anyone is under the age of 18 in this call, they should not have been in this call. I just want to make that clear.
Agreed.
I disagree with a minor in this call. And I disagree because of the topics of discussion that come up within this call. So, anyway, that's my stance. Let's keep going.
Back to things. Although we're a minute past now, the break. So I guess we'll continue on. Mystic, you okay? I'm guessing everyone's good.
Yeah, I'm good.
Just wanna double.
Yeah, I'm good.
Um,
If you're gonna double.
But yeah, we last left just our thoughts. Just
Yeah, I'm great. Everything's fine. And then fucking dead air. Not even Crystal. Glad everyone else is good though.
to give transparency on our end, because I know with the case that you haven't known what we talked about on our end, what we've done, it's partially just so you understand why. Because we'd always talk in this group chat. And this is a point actually where we took a look in Endless Server towards the people that gave criticism, and there was a comment here. Of course, it's a very long one, but I'd like to read it out now because I found this at least bit to be the most impactful, at least for me reading it. You followed along because, by your own admission, you wanted a rapport. You wanted trust. You seemed to be A-okay with getting used because you had your own crusade to worry about. You needed your foot in the door.
Ooh, we have a screen cap here.
Read it out.
Oh, okay. Oh, it's a screen cap of what they're reading.
Okay.
Okay. It doesn't matter. Crystal says, so this was, I think, in response to my question, what do they want? out of this. Crystal says being exposed, canceled, or what are they going to do with this? You know, with the document being exposed, canceled. They wanted the space for me, and they've got that. They want to warn the victims of, I guess, other victims about me, but already have. They wanted to not have a figurehead, but use we.
Inconsistent or something.
Okay. So they just wanted to take your work. Okay. Cool. All right.
And a lot of this knowledge was public, and you had others to ask prior, like here to where Sasu was literally having another breakdown. If you didn't know enough, you shouldn't have been there to begin with, let alone say the things that you did, all because you're the Crystal Flame. And of course, that's been discussed in Endless Server. I'm just bringing it up now because, honestly, that was such a moving comment. And again, it is well written, but it does bring to the question again the standing that you may have on yourself to be in this position because you're Crystal Flame. And that's not anything that we can answer. That's, I guess, something to reflect on going along. Oh, let me get this further screenshot. I haven't got a direct comment for this. I just think that having it there is just something just to try and keep in mind. The way that we've seen it is that people have been mistreated based purely because of their standing and not because of what's going on or for who they are, really. Also, wait, I haven't heard you talk, Crystal. It's like Wi-Fi. Okay, cool. Yeah, I was like thinking, oh Christ. So it's like the way that we've seen people be mistreated based upon their standing and not towards with who they are or what's going on made things deeply concerning. Because it's the case now where after these repeated actions and of everything that we've listed so far, it's faith that's kind of dwindled. There's been less accountability, less transparency behind, actions. There's less being upheld, at least from how we've seen it. And of course, you can challenge that, you can disagree. I think we already have gone over something quite similar. It's just, again, one thing that we should reinforce. Your actions before were based for the whole sake of the victims. But now it's sort of turned into, well, it did turn into a malignant personal vendetta on Peaches. It was used to fill a sense of justification that you were doing the right thing, and it borders on towards a savior and martyr complex. Of course, that's changed a lot now from your thoughts following from the second, but you interjected yourself into calls while previously being in, I remember we would have general calls in the group chat, and I remember you would say, you know what, I could probably get into that call, let me try, and it's like, you already knew because of your standing. You interject into so many situations that didn't require you. And again, for transparency's sake, I will go over what we had done in our end. After digging and going into different servers and finding out further a lot of other information, as you've seen, we got in contact with Locker. As from their involvement, we saw the value from someone from that sphere to bounce our predicament off and gain further clarity. And I would like to say how Locker maintained himself. It was appropriate, and their insight has greatly helped going forth. During our call with Locker, we were all surprised from the suddenness of the whole Mali malware call that, that came in the chat. And again, we checked.
Did you want to add something, Lyle?
No, that's just going to bite them in the butt. They know nothing about Laka or Laka's history. Let them learn. I'm going to save them. Not this time.
Had no knowledge of this in the group chat. Again, it borders off similar things. It's just another instance of that, which adds. And after Laka asked if you were involved in any other key events, such as in the Cat Slayer, anything surrounding, it's a case where things were, in a way, diverted, which made the immediate clash scene unavoidable, and I think you can see that, because, you were there. So I'm going to get some screenshots from that time, just within the whole gossip and drama channel. I know that's public, but it's good now, just for anyone that isn't in Endless Server. So give me a sec while I get all this out, and I think you know how this went, and you're gonna have to give me a sec while I get all this done. These screenshots are way too big. I should have gone back through, but you know what, we're not professionals, if anything. So this is just to refresh you, myself, anyone, which is what it is, I thought I was putting it in in my DMs for a second. I was like, oh, this poor woman is seeing all this random stuff. So all of this happened while we were in the midst of having a call with Locker. And it gave quite a disruption. We were like, oh my god, what is going on? This crazy, even though, we know how it is now, because that's basically what most of yesterday was for you, I bet. Because, in fact, it gave another thing to explore now. In fact, we thought at this point we would have nothing more to explore to the call now. We were like, you know what, this is a good point. Everything, at least just looking back on this, it would be done. But no. So while we saw this, it escalated to a situation where at this point we had to involve Mystic. It had amped up in our opinion. So these next screenshots, I believe, have a lot more significance. So I want everyone to take, just the impact that it has, because we will go over for how it is.
Is this in reference to the Mod Mally call?
Probably.
It is, right?
Run
Okay,
an
I just want
arbitrary
to make sure.
guess.
There are some screenshots in this call. We're in the 2:42:15 mark-ish.
But by the way, has Crystal been speaking? I just want to make sure my audio is working for them.
I want to ask an immediate question. Did you handle
Yes,
yourself
yes.
appropriately?
Yes.
Oh, I'll ask
yes, I
that
did.
again.
I will not be spoken to like that. I will not be spoken to as a child. I will not be demanded for a call.
Are we looking at the same things?
Yes, we are.
So can you please read these out with me right now?
I don't want to.
And
Ooh.
What is that?
Let me take a look.
Can we read this out together? No. Just
Sure.
what they said. Hold on. Let me go back here.
2, 3, 4, 5 before I interject in just an attempt to defuse
Oh,
in some
hold
way
on.
for my limited knowledge. And again, in your past, you've responded calmly.
Sorry, hold on. I think I lost it. Hold on.
Monstrous, no.
Oh, there we go. Hold on.
I'm a holding.
But by the way, has Crystal been speaking? I just want to make sure my audio is working for them.
I want to ask an immediate question. Did you handle
Yes,
yourself
yes.
appropriately?
Yes.
Oh, I'll ask
yes, I
that
did.
again.
I will not be spoken to like that. I will not be spoken to as a child. I will.
Did you handle yourself appropriately? What is that question? Are you guys handling yourself appropriately in this call? Are you kidding me? Is this a joke?
Hayden, did you handle yourself appropriately in this call? Because I don't think you did, big dog.
Not when you sit there and you say, well, we want to be mindful of people's accessibilities, but only our accessibilities. Like, you can't be for real.
Oh, but they
Oh
are,
my
though.
god.
They are, though.
Oh my god, hold on.
Not be demanded for a call.
Are we looking at the same things?
Yes, we are.
So can you please read these out with me right now?
Can you please read these out for me right now? Is this Reading Rainbow? Are you LeVar Burton? Are we gonna sound things out? What?
I hope so.
Oh, I would have got real pedantic if this had been me. I'd gotten so pedantic. But like, all right, ha, ah, yeah, duh, like just to be a jerk. I would never have taken this seriously.
I don't want to.
And I want it just
I
to
do
be
not
said for
want
how
to.
they are.
I do not want to.
Okay, I'll just go over our analysis of it then if we're not going to reread.
Yeah.
Given your past behavior,
We're gonna go over an analysis of it because you don't want to read it. Oh my, for real.
An analysis of it.
No, hold on. No, I'm gonna address something. Alan, whatever your name is, no, we're not putting Crystal in the call. We already stated previously we're not putting Crystal in the call. So,
Yeah,
thank you.
We're not doing it to
Thank
be
you.
mean. Like, Crystal needs to just sit back. It's fine. We're not being
Well, but
mean to
also,
Crystal doing it.
Crystal just said, no, I don't want to. That's it. The conversation's over. Stop asking. Either do it yourself. It's like shit or get off the pot. You do it
Okay, then.
yourself. Well, I mean, that's what it is. They said no. So either read the damn thing or just get on with it. Fuck, stop, like, it's like one of those tense scenes when you're, like, the hero and the villain. Like, the villain's standing over the hero with the knife, and the knife's, like, scraping the skin, and you're like, oh my god, what's gonna happen? I mean, obviously you know what's gonna happen, but it's, like, super tense. Like, fucking just do it. Just get it done with. Oh my god. Stop. This isn't a horror movie. Christ. The drama.
as well as the Sasu call, this was something that was kind of, hidden from yourself in a way. It came out as a surprise. So there was already a set precedence and a concern for all of this. And given that, a whole
wasn't
sense
hidden.
of urgency and transparency was stressed by Laka due to the trends of certain past actions. I think this is fairly obvious. And it seems like you've deemed it as infantilization from yours. Seems like quite a big stretch considering the messages in total that you've deemed towards potentially infantilizing yourself is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 before I interject in just an attempt to diffuse in some way for my limited knowledge. And again, in your past, you've responded calmly. You've responded calmly to more, and it highlights that you've genuinely lost a sense of maturity and calm. And again, this shows how you've further integrated more within this community's behavior of being trigger happy and aggressive. And when you look at that chat, you saw cast, here's the scary call, highlights the lack of understanding and honestly just general empathy, and on the distress that people just generally feel around when it feels like a lot of this stuff has been covered up. Because the simple thing that could have been put was like, oh, I guess I should have. Because this only emphasizes concern. You see that. There's no defense.
Okay, what's the issue with Maliko? Say it now. What's the issue with Maliko?
We'll get to it. Because this is all part of your behavior. This is your actions. These are your actions.
Claim as an accountability call. It wasn't an accountability call. If it was an accountability call, it would have been made public.
If we not emphasize the idea that the precedent of how the Sasu call was hidden, I believe it is a fair reaction.
Sasu call. Oh my.
When they say we'll get to it, I'm like, oh, don't tease me. Just fucking get to it.
Well, also
Christ.
we didn't make the Sasu call public because we were hiding it. Maybe we didn't want to take the dude who we screwed up the call with and sit there and make his actual breakdown a spectacle or something. It's almost like the people who are trying to run around and grandstand about that call, even though we all, literally all, recognize it was screwed up and we've stopped doing them, aren't really concerned with whether or not Sasu was harmed more than they are whether or not they can get a one-up on the old man. It's kind of stupid and gross. I don't see any of you paying for Sasu's therapy.
God. Oh my god.
So stupid.
My god, the Sasu call wasn't hidden. I was brought to a point where I was closing down because it's a fucking trigger which we used in the call. That is something that happened. I was to the point of dissociation where even to the 25th of May, I didn't understand the ramification of the call. When someone sat me down and actually explained to me properly what was the issue with the call, it was there. The second that happened, I went to Lio because I wanted to make that call public. It wasn't hidden.
Okay, but you see from your actions in this moment why we have to bring up a reference to that again, because this is what they are. Like this, we're not doing this just to be tits, you know. Like
more times. How many more times do we have to reiterate the same fucking point? Yes, but how many times? How many times?
But Crystal, I have to ask you towards the point that you're in now, because I believe this adds a lot of strength towards Locke's point of questioning, towards if you're equipped to handle these situations.
Oh my god!
Because with how you went on the.
Oh my god, are you equipped to handle this one? Because it doesn't seem like it. It really doesn't seem like it. That's it. I'm getting really tired of calls like this where people say, well, it doesn't seem like you can handle whatever the thing is. And they push this person. They disagree with the calls that Catslayer has or Guac has or Senate has on the principle of, well, this person is neurodivergent. If they can't do X, Y, and Z for themselves, they push someone to the edge, to a breaking point. They do exactly what they accuse Senate of doing. And then they're like, well, can you handle it? You're freaking out right now. Can you handle it? Well, shit, dog. I don't know. Are you done pushing this person? Everyone has a breaking point. Can you handle this call? Because this person's upset now. You pushed them to this point. You did. Can you handle it? Let's watch you bring this person down. Let's continue. Let's see what they do.
The Kuma stream, just labeling it how it was, it seemed like some key points were missed, or perhaps they weren't divulged onto that stream because, again, if it's an environment you may not be as comfortable with, you could have kept it private, and that's, you know, another fair way to handle it.
Kumo was the one who invited me onto that stream.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Kumo invited me to talk, so I accepted the invitation to talk.
Yeah.
And that's
and the words you said there can still there are your words.
What? So, where I was acknowledging that I was used as a scapegoat for them, that I was meant to take the fall for them for the Sasu call. Yeah.
They will still hold blame for their actions. God, we hold them to even more harsher extents.
It really seems like it. It really seems like it.
Crystal, our stakes are with you for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
This
Yeah,
is not a scene in the ATC type thing. This is personal. This is a personal
Crystal's
thing.
laugh is obviously
is.
evidence
Okay,
of a
fine.
manic
Next point,
episode.
next
I don't know
point.
why they're ignoring
Okay.
it.
If you have nothing else to add on to that,
No, I don't.
are you feeling okay to continue?
Let's continue.
Okay, I'm just asking because I can tell you're getting a bit more.
Continue.
Okay. And again,
Wait, so they
this
hear
point
that she's
just kind of
breaking
shows
down,
how you may have further
And
lost
they're
yourself.
having
This
her
is something
continue.
that from a few months ago you
Where's
would
the
have called out
accessibility,
directly
buddy?
on yourself. This behavior is blatantly childish that I would expect from Lio, not you. And when she uses this as an argument
Okay,
against
weirdo.
us in the group chat, I don't get it, but we'll keep going on. And I would like to mention that a lot of this came into fruition while we were in a call with Locker. Honestly, genuine bad omens. At this point in time, I gave an update in the group chat where Mystic's involvement with us was made clear. So it wasn't just me, Lily, and Stella, now us four. And again, we were trying to keep a watchful eye on your movement towards where you participated most, notably, just with the very long stream of the Mali malware call within Endless Server. This isn't like a point of criticism, it's just showing where people are and where it's led up to now, because, you know,
Wait,
all of
very
this, all of
long
the important
stream.
things are just like
Hello,
spanning on like
PG.
a few days. Again, it's not a point of criticism, it's just, you know, where we've
Whoa.
been for the past few days.
So you're saying there's an account in there which has been tracking my voice chat activity as well?
You invited me to Endless Server.
Yes, but is there an alt
I-
account in there which is following my voice chat activity?
Oh no, I just see you in goals. It's like you just look at the front lounge, Crystal Live, it's like, okay. I haven't even looked at a Mali malware call, like honestly, it's so long, I don't know. Eventually I'll take a look at it.
So, you guys come here to hold me account. Yeah, but you haven't seen the call. You haven't seen the call.
It's not needed for the rest of our arguments, though.
Because
Mali-
our
like, this
core
isn't
is
a
not
point of criticism.
centralized in the Mali call. Our core is not centralized in the Mali call.
Yeah, we
It's the
just
points that we have up.
yeah, we're just keeping an eye, because you know, we've seen how things have been the last few days.
It's only it's the Sasu call and the Ven call, which I instantly disavowed and did all the right fucking steps in the aftermath of it. And the Sasu call,
Okay.
right? And then the Mali call. The Mali call is where I was starting to put my plan into motion. Lyle was held accountable in that call. Lyle was held to a very firm degree by my questions. My questions.
Oh yeah,
were
I know, we've
invited
seen
by
the
account,
questions
Yes.
put down.
and they were
Like,
asked by Mali.
We're not putting this as a point as like criticism, it's just again showing where we've been the past few.
I will. Crystal, you're an adult. Crystal, you have literally been you given me your reasoning for this. It's more of excuses, let's be honest. You have been in some very hard calls with me, interpersonal calls, where I have shared some things. You knew you could have come to me with these questions. Stop using other people. I mean that not just in the sense of giving Mally those questions, I mean just in general. I opened up things to you, not because I was expecting you to be a snake or anything, but because I was being honest with you and transparent with you. It's why I gave you logs that nobody else has, so you can do your Peaches video. You rewarded that transparency, that kindness, that openness by being a dick. Just don't do that again. It's not necessary. Because you know you'll say that you hyped up yourself in these calls, like, oh, I had Lio under my thumb. The truth is, you kind of did, because I was willing to be honest and transparent with you. I try to be. This was so unnecessary. Literally all of it. You could have told these people to kick rocks and you would have been 100% justified. Like, don't use people, Crystal. It's just not right. You can hit play again, Monstrous. I have a Gidget in my lap. Oh no, the browser froze.
You know, this happened then. But since we've been left to pick up the pieces of everything, and again, this seems to stem purely from self-sabotage. These self-serving behaviors were kind of put in front of the vulnerable people that you've helped. Like, imagine if everything that we've gone through so far was put in front of people like the worries had about you have been legitimized. And this isn't put as a gotcha statement. This is merely to show the situation that we've been placed in and the ramifications that they have. These are the consequences. Do you see that?
Yeah, I see it. Job.
That's good. As long as there's that acknowledgement. At this point, we learned that you'd been banned from like the whole Senate Archiver server or whatever. And wait, did that include the Cat Slayer at the time too, or were you already gone
I
from that? 'Cause,
left.
like,
I've made this clear. I left.
Yeah, I know, it's just like, if there was in the Senate, like-
I don't know if I'm banned for the cat. I'm not going to find out because I'm not me joining.
I don't know, that's chill, because we knew that like you were kind of banned from the archive server, so we didn't know like, oh, if you were in that, like, could you have been in Cat Slayer? Like, it wasn't like, it's not a point of criticism. It's like you could have just been.
I banned everybody from it. I had multiple people messaging me saying, "Why can't I see Senate anymore?" It's like, well, there's no point in having it, so I just kicked people from it. Crystal didn't know that, of course. They just thought there was a correlation there that wasn't there. But I even had like Sunny and others in my DMs like, "Where'd Senate go?" It's like, well, it's just archived. Who cares?
Been in there for like whatever. Like I'm in subs that
Yeah.
I'm talking.
You grab it.
So no, it's chill. But like it's just that verbal confirmation now we needed. So it's like it just felt like, I guess, one part on our end, like a missing piece of the puzzle, felt like we didn't have like the whole Cat Slayer to look into. But again, if you were out from that, it's out of your power. That's fair. It's not on you. But you gave us the endless server, and that's been really useful, and that is appreciated.
Okay.
Do you need? Were you gonna get something, or is that not
No,
needed?
that's it. I sent it in there. Like again, it's public acknowledgement that I stepped away at that point, and then that's again.
Oh yeah, that tweet.
24th, Valley Call, 25th, I left. I left before that, but I didn't make that a public point.
Okay. Okay. Since then, we further solidified our thoughts from your actions during this time. And after seeing an announcement of a Kumo livestream, I decided to listen in. And once I heard you as like an active participant, I was like, yo, everyone, we should probably take a look at this just in case.
Yep.
And we joined. I just streamed it in Discord and we were like listening in. And what a lovely live stream.
Good girl.
Yeah, the funny backhanded, very nice live stream. That was a fun.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now let me show how this live stream was, with the rampant transphobia used within this stream. As an active participant, as to most of us in this chat being LGBTQ or trans ourselves, we are
Oh my god, this is exhausting.
Well, also, I did warn Crystal. Didn't I, Crystal? I warned you. You didn't listen. Hello, Sonny.
I get it. Like, I understand, you know? I get it. I am part of the queer community myself.
Gay.
I have been I know. I've been in multiple queer relationships. Thank you, Lio. You know, it's just for some people it is when you're trying to do something, it is not that important at the time. That line is different for everybody. Jesus Christ. God, I don't know. I just want these people to look in a mirror and like ask, "Do you touch enough grass in a day?" Please.
Jobs.
Just
God, they need
there are so many
jobs.
more in people. There's so many more important things in this life.
disgusted how you can sit in a call like this. After we sit there listening to these thoughts of how Sassy were thrown out, and you were an active participant and you weren't challenging it, we could only think, how would the people in Stella's community see this? How the people who would look up to you would be destroyed? We decided to post the live stream in the group chat just to show our knowledge of what we were listening to at that current moment. And after hearing all of that, we are going to look at your response now. We are going to look at your response, the one that you stand behind since the beginning of that call, since we started this call.
And the one you have stated is us being backhanded.
Yep. We're going to look at that now. Sorry that my tone's
We
getting
don't
a bit
have
more snarky
to.
there. I apologize. I should have kept a
skip
bit
it.
more of a hold of myself. So,
Yep.
we get told from this, it is a nice stream.
Hold on.
I told you I had it under control. So you have things under control. It kind of goes over social engineering stuff further, fair enough.
Also, social engineering is just taking advantage of people.
Stop calling it social engineering. I'm tired of that word. Stop it.
Which again, Crystal, you didn't have to do any of that.
But while you do that, again, this will be a part of the call where we will hold less. Again, we've gotten quite heated in that last one, but this one, with it being personal concerns, it's going to be a lot.
It
And
doesn't
listen,
have to
anytime
be.
you feel like it's too much and you need to stop, please do. We do not want you to be in danger. This is gonna sting. If the last part is sting, this is gonna sting a lot worse. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So first, I'll read this out. I can't even say I'm mad or surprised anymore. I'm just incredibly disappointed to hear how much she's lost herself in her savior complex of hers. I have no doubt that she once cared about the well-being of myself and all the other victims, but now it just feels to me like she wants to save people to boost her ego. She's become an incredibly self-centered person, and it's made evident of how little she cared about the mental health of Sasu, who may not be a good person but needed help. Okay, once again to emphasize,
Nobody cares about Sasu's mental health. Let's just make that abundantly clear. Nobody. Not the Glitchtail victims. Not anybody in Catslayer. Nobody in Thunderdome. Nobody in Guac Barrel. Nobody cares about Sasu's mental health.
Also,
Stop
like,
using him as a point.
also like,
Stop it.
what's the problem with wanting to save people? If they think that Crystal is going too far in what they're doing to the point of self-destruction, have that conversation. But saying, well, you shouldn't want to try to help people. What is this garbage? What is this absolute nonsense?
Yeah, no, this is ridiculous. You don't have to care about somebody's mental health to go, hey, that probably shouldn't be aired on YouTube. It's not that difficult. It's not that deep. It's really not that deep.
We do not agree one-on-one with everything being said. This is their perceptions from the call, and I feel like
just
it emphasizes that this was the perception from victims when they saw the call and your behaviors in it. And not to be ridiculed and have their pseudo diminished. Also, I'm very disappointed that she's been hanging around people who make rape jokes every other day. As someone who has been through sexual harassment and more, it hurts to know that she's more than willing to hang around people who view it as nothing but a sick joke.
Valid concern.
Okay. Okay, you know what? For some people it might be. For someone it might be. For some people, that might be the line in the sand. Everyone is allowed to have their line in the sand. Okay? As someone who has been sexually assaulted by an ex-boyfriend, you know what? That's not a line in the sand for me. It doesn't matter to me. It is so unimportant to me. I don't care. For some people, it might care. But that does not have to be everyone's line in the sand. And that's exactly what this is. Like, that's what this person is making it out to be. Like, well, that's my moral line. It should be everyone's moral line. It doesn't have to be.
Also,
everyone gets to choose.
Crystal's made it clear that none of these people reached out to Sasu after any of this, so I really like the pretending to care.
In the end, I'm not surprised. As I said, a vast majority of people from GTC have turned out to be shitty people who do shitty things. And despite my hopes as someone who actually care about protecting us, I can't say I'm shocked.
Oh, you dickhead.
We don't need a response because it's just take it in.
Yep.
Okay, if you're not surprised, do it yourself.
What happened? Go ahead, sorry.
This person's gonna like, well, people in Glitch still turned out to be crappy. I'm not surprised this happened. Like, okay, cool. Then go fix the problem yourself. Go be your own advocate. You should have been to begin with, because this is obviously an adult. Because Crystal, like, censored out any of the children that were involved in this. No, I'm tired of this nonsense. Well, you didn't live up to my personal expectations. Cool, you should have done it yourself then, dickhead. Doggone it. This is not somebody...
Whenever you feel ready, I will...
Yeah.
treat people like this.
Are you sure? It's
Yeah,
kind of
sure.
just happened with Jay's comments. It doesn't seem like you've took it in.
What does it seem like you took it in? Oh, yeah? How do you know? Are you my mother? Are you gonna tell me? Are you gonna reach to my brain and tell me what I did and didn't take in? Oh my god, stop. Stop it. This is so goofy. Nobody does this in real life, guys. Do you sit there and do you talk to people like this? When you talk to people, do you ask them these questions? Jesus fucking Christ. Well, did you take that in? Who cares? Shut up.
You think this is funny?
You are so self-important and not even in the ha-ha funny way. Like me, I'm hilarious.
Yeah, that's monstrous.
God.
Do you need any time just to...
I have
Bill?
taken it in. Come on.
Okay. Come
Okay.
on.
Let me to get... My experiences during the GTC server and people affiliated have not been only harmful to my well-being, but also to my future. I felt as I was entrapped in the system, the possibility of breaking out being none due to the fear of consequences of those in charge. That fear went away when Crystal had started speaking out, creating a movement for victims, and allowing for us to get our word out. It helped me with so many issues, small to large, little to serious. It taught me not to be scared of my own self-conscious and trust my feelings. I built up a hero image around them, looking up to them when they dealt with major issues such as Peaches and Camila. I believe they were a safe...
Hold on. My experiences during the GTC server and people... Okay, never mind.
to us victims, redeeming them from what we had gone through. Once I had heard the incident with the Crystal Stream server, I thought to myself, this can't be Crystal. How could someone who helped everyone just throw it all away like that? It really doesn't feel real. It's still hard to believe while writing this, but I can't ignore it like I had ignored previous incidents. Crystal, what thoughts allowed you to corroborate these people who spoke transphobic words and joked about vile incidents? I'm utterly disappointed in you, but also in myself for trusting you this much. You're an adult.
Oh my god, the melodrama. You could not write this shit in an episode of 90210. This is
That's a
so
reference.
silly.
Well, the thing is, I get what they're getting at, and I think there's validity to it to a point. But like,
Sure.
yeah, Crystal can confirm, like, Crystal, you shouldn't be around these people if nothing else because of what they allow. And she's like, no, I've got this, and well, give it and get it.
This is so melodramatic. I don't think I could write anything more melodramatic. Like, what thoughts allowed you to cooperate with these people that spoke transphobic words and joked about vile incidents? Oh my god, I'm struggling with words because this is such an over the top reaction, and it's read in such an over the top way that I can't take it seriously. I understand the hurt. I understand, you're friends with somebody, they do something you don't like, blah 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 blah. But if you don't like something, why aren't you doing it yourself? Why do you need a group chat? Why is someone relaying this to you? Why aren't you just going to Crystal and saying, hey, you're kind of an asshole. I don't like you anymore. Thanks, bye. That's it. It doesn't have to be this whole thing. It doesn't have to be a whole experience. This is just so silly. Jesus Christ.
Who handled so much, but you fell off as much as those you spoke up against.
Fell off.
Next, the last one I will be getting is Bella's statement.
Okay.
Do you wish for any break, Crystal, or would you wish to continue?
Oh, now we care about breaks. I'm so
Continue.
I
glad.
believe we should take at least a small.
No, just get through. No more breaks. You kidding me? Are we for real right now?
Santa Claus don't give breaks.
Let's take another break, guys. Let's take another one. Fuck me. Another fucking break. God, I want to bang my head against the table. This is so silly.
We'll break 5 minutes after this last one because I think a break to let it
Yeah.
settle it would be good.
I didn't screenshot on PC and it's too small, so I'll just post it.
Oh, okay.
So, okay, here's my testimony. I'm gonna be honest. When I was briefed on this, I was kind of shocked, and here I am writing the same kind of testimony I gave my.
I'm reading this because I'm tired of listening to them read it. I'm going to be honest, when I was briefed on all this, I was kind of shocked, and now here I am writing the same kind of testimony I gave months ago. Words cannot express how disappointed I am. I was finally happy to see an adult who understood the importance. And is this a child?
Yes.
Oh, stop. 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 Why? No. No. You're kidding me.
They're not, in fact, kidding you.
Oh my fucking god. What the fuck, dude? Oh, this is. Oh my god.
Monstrous about to go sicko mode.
This is ridiculous. This is unacceptable. Never in my life would I ever sit there and tell a child, hey, yeah, you know that adult that you trusted? Yeah, I'm going to need you to write here's all the bad things that they did. I need you to write a statement about how these make you feel. And then I'm going to send it to them. What? No. Stop it. Stop weaponizing children like this. Stop it.
Get some help.
Crystal, I understand that these are people that you've personally supported. I don't care. I am tired of children being weaponized like this. I'm tired of children being dragged into stuff.
Based.
Stop it.
Get a based
God.
in chat.
Masha's going on her villain arc. I'm so tired of children being dragged into adult situations. Now, granted, it seems like this child was probably in a quote-unquote adult situation if they're, part of the whole GTC thing. That does not mean this child should have been brought into this. No minor should have been brought into this.
Yep.
I am so tired of these adults coming in and being like, oh, the victims. These are victims. These children are victims. In fact, this is from June 5th. These kids were still in. I'm assuming these kids were still in school, and they had to worry about adults doing adult shit worrying about adult problems. And they drag these children into it. So, like the alternative could have just been, hey, listen, some stuff went down with Crystal. I really don't think that we can. I really don't trust her anymore. You know, I really don't think you should trust her anymore. This is the plan. This is what we're gonna do instead. You know, you're free to do as you choose. You know, to be quite frank, however, I don't think any minor should be involved in this. I've said this before and I will say it again. Any child who has been groomed, who has been harassed, who has been sexually whatever with an adult should tell a trusted adult. That is it. A teacher, a janitor at the school, a therapist, a doctor, a police officer. We're ACAB in my house, but that's irrelevant. It's literally anyone, a trusted adult, not fucking people on the internet. So I don't know who these adults think they are doing this shit to this kid.
But I do have to ask a question for Crystal.
And someone is saying, well, how much you want to bet these kids were coached? We're not doing that. I'm not doing that. We're not playing that game. I don't want these kids weaponized. That's my issue. These kids were weaponized specifically for this call. I'm not about that.
And that's why I have to ask a very pertinent question to Crystal. Crystal?
In words can I express how disappointed I am. I was finally happy to see a adult who understood the importance of what matters, yet somehow you failed the most simple parts. They wrote after suicidal thoughts of victimization, symbolized people who called the person dramatic.
Wait, I'm sorry. I'm going to skip over this
good.
testimony.
The suicidal alienation is not victimization. It is a cry for help. And then you associate yourself with transphobes by all your friends being...
Oh.
There we go.
Is it?
Oh, now it stopped. Now it stopped. Okay, so my question to Crystal, and I want a direct answer. Were these kids' parents contacted about this glitch tail stuff? And we're not going any further until I have a yes or no on that.
That's fine. I'm gonna that's fine. I'm gonna acknowledge some stuff in the chat.
Yeah.
Let's see. It doesn't. Coffee Painkiller says some minors were only briefly, aka told to bias you from people they trust, and then asked to give a statement. Yes, yeah. I'm not gonna say that they were coached. I don't think that's a fair statement to make. The fact of the matter is that these minors who were in a precarious situation with an adult that they thought was their friend, children and minors should not be friends as far as I'm concerned, not really in any fashion. You know, we're it sounds like told of Crystal's situation, the back and forth behavior, I don't know, what do you call it, backbiting, the snaky behavior, whatever. And then it sounds like, you know, do you want to say anything to Crystal? No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. Stop it. Stop doing that to children. Stop placing children in these situations. Stop it. If you want to be the adult in this, and you want your justice, you do it. You don't need to speak for them. You can just do it. There are adults. There are people over the age of 18. You do it. You don't need to talk about children. You don't need to bring children up. You can just say, you know, when I was a minor, this happened, and it really hurts my feelings because I was a kid. You were a kid, and la 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 la. Don't talk about children. Shut up. Stop it. Children are not your cudgels.
Crystal,
go ahead.
I feel I'm very clear. There are children in that group chat with parents that have not been contacted. It is unacceptable. It doesn't matter if they want to make it public in this case. It doesn't matter if they don't want to be involved. They are children. Children need to be protected. They don't need to be given those types of decisions as though they are cognizant enough to properly make them, because kids can't consent. Their parents should have been contacted. And frankly, they shouldn't be in a group chat that's literally all about victimhood. I'm not saying that to be derogatory towards the victims. I'm saying that because it causes them to dwell on this stuff. If that's something an adult wants to take on, I disagree with it, but go for it if they want to. You can't put that on children. That is unacceptable. And if I had known that earlier, I would have had conversations with you about it. People get on to me, rightfully, about how I've treated some victims. This is unacceptable. It's not okay, and it's not an oopsie. This is gross. This is sick.
Okay, let's keep going. God, how far back did I go? Okay, we're just gonna skip.
From the beginning, video and stop seeing they're right. You have not been acting yourself, all of us. All we want is for you to remove yourself from LIO, the ACC, the FCK, all of it. You were dragged into it because LIO called you out on that one video, and now it's devolved into this. You were dragged into it because LIO called you out on that one video, and now it's devolved into this. You have helped me so much throughout the year I've known you with, and I greatly appreciate that and would rather not have anyone else by my side talking to my abuser. Not to mention, you were the spokesperson of the Glitch Tail Crew victims. You were the spokesperson deleting the Glitch Tail Crew. You have to empathize with you after seeing all you went through. And
It was never centered around you to begin with, but we made you the figurehead. Ooh la la.
And I'm not
Okay.
dead. I just need
I
to
guess-
restart Clip Studio.
I'm not dead. Okay. Anyway, yeah, no, it's not centered around Crystal, but Crystal's me the figurehead. Okay, that's the situation. Correct. The situation is not centered on.
Since he so desperately wants attention.
Alright.
And of course, the twink is deafened and muted. Brilliant.
Well, sorry. Okay, listen, we were trying to listen to see if your ass was back on. And then I realized, oh wait, Discord deafen doesn't fucking work.
There's the watch together. Let me know when you're in.
Okay, let me get in.
Sorry again for the technical issues, my dear viewers. Things sucked. Now,
Okay, I'm there.
Okay, let's see if I can use Clip Studio without the problem now. So, what we're getting into now is the heaviest part of all of this, from what I recall. So, yeah.
The micromanaging, the backhanded comments, and agreeing with the person who talked down to me isn't the best, to be honest. And I said, I think those are valid concerns. I believe having that something to bring the call would be good to clear the air. Yeah, honestly, it is. You'll have issues with the Sasu call. Valid, but it's getting to a level where it's like, I don't do anything where every move I have is looked down upon. I don't think, we'll get onto that later. And then I furthermore say, you are the figurehead of the GTC situation. We will sort this situation out in the call as we want there to be a resolution. We stand by that now. At least we do. And then there's still more further on from that. So let's read your message here. This is the main message that I think would be good for you to read out, actually.
You can read
Crystal. No. This is your words.
You can read out them.
You stand by them. You said that. Please read them out.
It's about respecting boundaries, right? That's the whole point. Respect my
But
boundary.
you said earlier in this call that you
Respect
don't...
my boundary.
Okay, fine. We'll move on from that. I'll read it out now. Having the same people who I forgave for shit-talking me behind closed doors and allowed the most outrageous comments to be said about me and look past it, but I fuck up with a single call and the end of the whole dynamic then. Lol. Like man. And what did I do? I'm going to take myself away from this chat after that message because I am sorry that I turned to that, but I did nothing to elicit that. And that was your response. I was doing the best I can, and you did that. And that's how it played out.
Mhm.
Those are your actions. And they
Especially
were wrong.
especially with how the context of these calls were in the first place, in the context of the situation that's going on now. You explain now the fact that you have brought up this point of deflection of bringing up these past actions. There's two of us, me and Stella, were kids actively being abused while we said this, and we still think it is terribly wrong. That is not an excuse. But to bring this is once again, it's more that what about it? It's like, why was this brought up? Why doesn't it be brought up? I genuinely cried. I had a panic attack over this. And so Stella, why? Why did you have to do that?
And which
If you had a panic attack over it, maybe you shouldn't have been engaging with it, to be completely honest with you. Now, I don't know if the person speaking is a child or not, but it's unfortunately not anybody else's responsibility to manage your triggers. And I did slow it down, monstrous.
It seriously isn't.
You're treating me like a machine.
I am sorry.
Why?
I am sorry that I said that.
How can we trust that?
How could you treat us like this and just do all of this and just say that? Just say that? After everything?
Sorry.
I can't believe it.
I am sorry for what I said there. That wasn't okay, and I do not stand by it.
Okay.
That's one thing I've consistently said, that I will never hold you guys accountable for what you guys said about me behind closed doors.
Okay.
That was not okay for me to do. I will not stand behind those actions.
But
The
you
reason
stood
I
behind
don't
them earlier. Actually, no, sorry, I shouldn't have interjected that. You deserve to finish your point. I apologize.
You need to remember, I'm not using this as an excuse. This is after so many streams, so many comments, so many everything. A pile of public opinion was against me and everything like that. I was lambasted multiple times. And the place I used to normally talk in, to relax, to talk, felt like a place where I was going to be attacked, I was going to be approached, no matter every single move I do, it was going to be highlighted. I found it, still do find it weird how quickly you guys found out about the Kuma stream. That felt incredibly parasocial to a point where it made me feel... It doesn't even work.
Can you understand why we had to do that in the first place? Why it felt like we had to do that in the first place? That we were happy to completely separate this from initially, but when this came up, we've kind of been obligated to. This isn't something we want to do. We've been brought into this.
We have gave you our entire process for these past 3.5 hours. This is where we've gotten to.
Okay, I'm gonna pause it now.
Okay.
Because here's the thing. My problem with them saying we've been trying to get it through to you for the past 3.5 hours, like, it goes back to what Mount's saying of, like, can you not talk everything through in 20 minutes? Like, of course, in a 4-hour call, you are not going to immediately remember every single thing, especially when you're being bombarded with info like this. I wouldn't expect that of anyone. And then, but they grill into behaviors of Senate, and it's like, but you're expecting the same thing.
Yep. Rules for thee, not for me.
Oh, never. Oh, wait, I have to unpause it. Oopsies.
Yes.
Seen it from my point of view.
Really?
Bitch to say, but I don't think you understand the pressure I've been facing as well. The right pressure I've been facing.
No, we have considered that. We have. It's just at the point now where we've brought up this much where it becomes so overwhelming. We've had to look past that because it has affected us. You've seen the tangible impacts. And honestly, at the beginning of this call, you stood by those words, Crystal. You stood by them. You said it.
No,
you know you said it. You did. No. I heard you. I heard you. You said it. And maybe it's like a case where you can say, no, oh, I'm sorry for that. But you said it. I'm sorry. I do believe that you were sincerely apologizing for that. However, you haven't took full ownership. You haven't properly took ownership of things. And this reinforces that. We are right about this. And I'm going to move on to this next point because honestly, I don't honestly feel anything genuine. So I'm going to continue.
Where are we at right
now? What?
Where are we at right now in terms of progressing?
Moving past that, just towards the analysis of Crystal with all of this, how this happened after just saying, oh, stream. You stated that we made underhanded comments.
Mm-hmm.
The only comments that have been made in question is Mark and Crystal saying she had it under control. Sorry, the only comments that have been made in question mark in Crystal saying that she had it under control in the stream. So like, you know how we reply with like question marks in the stream? That felt something that could have been seen as backhanded, or the initial thing. But honestly, that stream's public. Anyone could have seen that. Honestly, it's still available to see now. The fact that caused you to have that reaction is telling. It is. And with that stream, that highlighted association with people who talk about rape jokes, who are transphobic and whatever. We've gone over. We are all from, like, most of us are trans or fucking LGBT, and well, everyone in this call, yeah. That is unacceptable. It is completely unacceptable. And you know your standing. And honestly, if you say that's fine, if you say, no, I feel okay with how I did that, we're going to have that complete conflict. We're not going to stand for that. And while we're more preoccupied with you in the call, because it's personal, yes, there were worse people. But Crystal, I don't even know whether or not I can call you our personal friend anymore. I want you. Who participated in something like this. It's
holy shit.
And to call all of this as backhanded comments when this is what happened. Where's your care?
Where's yours?
Where is your care? And what you...
Who the fuck needs friends who the fuck needs enemies when you have friends like this? Like, holy shit.
Right? People are
like,
off their rockers.
It's insane. I'm like, there's no way. We've literally gone on, because this is sped up, We've gone on about, you said backhanded comment. If I took a shot for every time I said a backhanded comment about Lio to his face or otherwise, which it's always to his face, I would be dead from this week alone. Like, it's so odd to me that, like, you can't take a backhanded comment. Like, if you have a boundary and you want to say, hey, I don't really jive with that, I don't think that's cool, express it. Don't do this. Because then this almost 5-hour call happens.
And all the weird, like, stalking of Crystal's socials and movement. And for what? So they can get more angry at them? So they can try to tell them how they should operate and everything? Like, that's just... These people are weird. Like, I get that they have their beef with them, and to some point, I do understand. I think Crystal shouldn't have been in a stream like that either. We can sit here and we can talk all day about,
we can talk the semantics of whether or not Crystal should have been in that situation.
Guilt by association.
Like,
we can talk about that all day long. However, if you're in that type of community, and if you are holding that type of company and you don't show any pushback, you keep the company you want. That's why I don't tend to hang around people like that if I can help it. There's times I might be in call with them in, like, Guac Barrel, but I don't go on streams with them and Yas Queen about things when they're being reprehensible. See yourself out. That's how that works.
Yeah. Like, it's not that complicated of a concept. Like, to me, it's like, not every space is for you, and that's okay. And I think that's a lesson that even Crystal has to learn, which is like, yo, ACC, SCC, regular CC spaces, they're not the healthiest for you. I've also learned this and had to back out of a few of them myself. It's something you learn with time. But other people are not responsible to adhere to your own personal issues with someone else or with a server or culture. It's not their place to handle you specifically.
Correct.
Oh, I should, like, unpause this shit.
Yeah.
LMAO.
You thinking about now in terms of responding back to it?
Is it buffering?
It feels like tunnel vision. And then you talk about us micromanaging. We've been left with such little information that we've had to pick up the pieces. We've had to make sense. And the fact is that I've done more to keep people in the loop than you have.
But you guys told me not to.
And after all of this, what we've explained, do you still think that's a sufficient argument?
Okay.
No, actually, we're continuing on because it's repeating what you're saying. So we're moving on. Because you're going to repeat. I know what point you're going to make. I'm sorry. I know I'm making presumptions. And therefore, you hid these horrible actions from us. We had to keep an eye on things in the server. We had to keep an eye on these things. And that is the consequences of your actions. And again, you mentioned the point of agreeing with the person who talked down to me. We have confronted this locker part. You overblew what they said and did. You reacted awfully to locker. It was inexcusable and childish and wrong. And there is no defense against that, especially with how it presents in the scene.
Yeah, shut the actual fuck up. I'm sorry. You reacted wrong. Are we allowed to have emotions or not? Like, you're allowed to feel how you feel. You felt it for 4 hours and 45 minutes. Crystal has a feeling, and it's a problem.
Monstrous hop in
like,
chat.
Oh my god.
There's the monstrous. She wants to come in and monsterate.
I feel like that is somehow a menstruation joke.
Hello, dearest monstress.
Hello. I'm sorry.
Queen.
I'm sorry. This is like I'm a little bit behind you guys right now. But I was just at the part where it was like, well, we had to keep tabs on you. And this to me was the part. Yeah, this was the part where it was like, oh, this is where we're getting into the toxic, abusive relationship bullshit of this call. Because it's like, well, you made us keep tabs on you. You made us install Life 360 on your phone. Like, nobody made you do anything. You did it of your own volition because you're fucking paranoid. Because you're acting like a bunch of fucking weirdos. I'm not gonna say you are a bunch of weirdos, but you're acting like a bunch of fucking weirdos. You made us do this, Crystal. You forced our hand. Yeah, Crystal held the gun to your head and said, if you don't monitor me 24/7, I'm gonna flip my shit. Fuck, dude. This is so. Also,
they wanted a figurehead, not a friend. And when the figurehead no longer fucking worked, then they had to do this.
Right. Can I have the link to this, by the way? Can I have the link to this together? Or actually, no, I'm sorry. I can go to the.
Yeah, I sent it.
Is the link still the same way? Okay, perfect. this is so like this upsets me so greatly because for two reasons, because these are very clearly victims of abuse, right? These are all very clear textbook signs of abuse. In fact, when I refer to this call, I often say, like, you don't need to look at papers to study bullying. You can just look at this call. Like, victims of bullying become bullies themselves. That's just this call. It's the same thing with victims of abuse often become abusers themselves. And that is this call in a nutshell. And it's horrifying. What they say is horrifying, what they do, and I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, Crystal's a victim and everything. No. Crystal's their own person. But this is unacceptable.
Piggybacking off of that real quick before we continue, because, man, but, like, the thing is Crystal isn't a perfect person, and that's okay.
Same.
Like, nobody in this call hasn't fucked up. Like, and it happens, and airing your
I'm
grievances
perfect.
is
I don't know what
great.
you're talking about. I'm immaculate.
I know we're cunty, but, like, they don't have to know that. But, like, okay, the thing is, you can fuck up, you can go to people with your grievances. It's not a problem. What they're describing to me is so awkward and parasocial, and I hate it. Like, I get an icky feeling from it. Because it's like, if you're claiming this person as your friend, you want to go to their grievances, but you're saying, you made us dig through all of your shit and your accounts and your activity and servers. Who are you?
Well, and if you have to dig through their social media because you don't trust them, that should be the moment where you're like, we're done. We're no longer friends.
Yeah, it's like, maybe we're good. Alright, let's continue.
That is how it is. The worst thing about this last image that I put there, it highlights the lack of empathy. It does. It completely does.
Oh,
and it brings in and weaponizes the fact that Stella and Lily were both children. Were both abused on making these said comments while adults encouraged it. To put into comparison is incredibly invalidating and disgusting. It's incredibly disgusting to use that as a means of deflection, and it makes me think of the means of deflection you've had in this call come from a very, very sinister place. We have changed since those times, but what have you changed into? What have you changed from your mistakes? Your lack of reflection it's haunting. It really is haunting. This is the end.
I need to bring up the deflection point so bad, because they're like, your deflection in this call... Yeah, they're like, your deflection in this call is sinister. But when Crystal calls that you're trying to catch-22 her because all of a sudden she doesn't align with what you guys need for a figurehead, you're like, well, we can move on from that. No, we cannot.
Well, what's even worse about this call is it's not just that. It's the likening to I feel like we've all seen it in like TV shows or movies when, like, again, I'm likening this to a toxic relationship. The one of them says, like, oh, I've got a really bad relationship with my father, my mother, and that's this. You're just like your mom. You're just like your dad, and you're gonna end up just like them. And that's exactly what this sounds like. You're just like everybody else, and you're gonna end up just like everybody else. Like, they admit that Crystal is a victim of Glitch Tale, and then there's no like sanctity in that. There's no grace in that. There's no, hey, we know you mess up, but like, I thought we were in this together. Like, this is upset. It's just, you're like everybody else. You are making us do this. And that's it. It's so gross. It's so weird to watch in real time.
It's disturbing, honestly, because these are the people getting on Crystal for not having other people's interests in mind, which, you can say what you want about that, whether you think that's a valid statement to say, but they don't exactly have Crystal's best interest in mind. They don't care for the fact that Crystal is very clearly verbally having struggles and saying, no, let's just power through it. Like, no.
Well, right. And I'm not gonna like, I'm gonna steal this word here. I'm not gonna moral fag about this. But it's just, my apologies. That's the word that's the only word, that's the word that I can think of right this second. If I find a better one, grandstand. I can't moral grandstand about that. I mean, I can, but not in this moment because my focus is this toxic behavior of, you know, um,
Take your time.
sorry, my child is skating around the house on Legos.
Based.
You know,
Kids are
they're
great.
these are victims of abuse who are engaging in abusive behavior, and they don't see it, and it's just so bizarre watching in real time.
The horrifying thing is, what if they do monstrous? What if they do see it and they just don't care?
Well, I'm not going to say that because I can't interpret that based on the call.
I agree. Yeah, like I'm not gonna assign intentions to them like they so desperately want to with Crystal. Like I'm not gonna hold them to that because it is true. They may not know, but like if they see this and they see people calling their shit, I hope they notice. And then if they still stand by that, it's like okay, well maybe you do just not give a fuck.
I think you could have had this call in a way that was respectful, that where everyone's needs could be met, but this wasn't it. It could have just been, hey, Crystal, these are the things that really upset us. We thought this was going to happen. We're seeing that this is happening. You know, we're not following every step of the way, but we're really concerned. Can you explain?
Yeah, that is absolutely a thing that you could do. And I've done that with my own friends, even very recently. I've had to do that with a few of my friends, where I'm just like, yo, what is this? I don't like this. I need an explanation. If you can point to something, that would be fantastic. Let's talk through this. They clearly didn't want that. It's so obvious that they didn't want that from listening to all of this and how long this goes. And that another thing that I have to bring up is because they're saying some pretty disgusting things. I'm not gonna lie, but they're shielding it with, well, our decibel level and our tone in presenting it is fine, so we can say what the fuck we want. Like, no.
All right. Well, we need to move on with this because Crystal is pointing us to a very specific timestamp we need to look at.
All right, let's go. Are you able to move it if I paused it? Or...
I got it.
This is the end of where your actions stem to, not including this call. And now, moving on, we have personal concerns. Yeah. This has been us just as, unified. We've all agreed on these thoughts. And now we're moving on to personal concerns, where we get to talk as individuals.
To stress this down, if at any point you feel like this is too much, because this is going to get very personal.
It is.
If at any point you feel like this is too much, that this is too much for you, please take care of yourself. Please tell you want us to stop. We'll stop. We do not want you to be hurt. We do not think you're a reasonable person. We want your safety. We've always just wanted your safety. But the hurt that has been caused, I have to emphasize here. So, I have consulted other victims of the Glitch crew and showed the Sasu call, as well as the affiliation of Kubo, everything we presented in Crystal's actions. And I do not agree one-on-one with every single message that has been said here, but I have gotten testimony from... And I will show these briefly.
Thank you.
Just give me a moment.
But while you do that, again, this will be a part of the call where we will hold less. Again, we've gotten quite heated in the last one, but this one we're being personal.
Look, I just want to be very clear. This is bringing up a whole bunch of accounts just to dog on somebody when you already know they're down. Like, what the heck is wrong with you? Get to your point and get done with it.
Yeah, that's just gross. It pads it out, and it makes the person feel even worse. And if you want somebody to take accountability for their actions and understand what they're doing wrong, they're less likely to do that if you're just berating them with, hey, all these people fucking hate you. What do you have to say about that? It's like,
again, if this was
like
a predator or something, go ham. I don't care. But Crystal's not that.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and jump to this timestamp I've been told I need to go to. We'll go to a minute before
It's devolved into this. You have helped me so much throughout the year I've known you, and I greatly appreciate that and would rather not have anyone
went
else
on for another
by
10
my side
minutes.
talking to my abuser. Not to mention, you were the spokesperson of the Glitchtail Crew victims, and
Are
did the
you
impossible
surprised?
to lead the Glitchtail Crew. You have gone through many stressors and told us of your struggles, and we all truly empathize with you after seeing all you went through. In my opinion, you should not be digging yourself a deeper hole and just leave it all behind. It was never centered around you to begin with. It's very taxing on your mental health, and it's shown, especially recently.
If it was never centered around her to begin with, why'd you guys use her?
I don't even recognize you anymore. What is it you truly stand for now?
Thank you, Mystic. For my bit, I honestly don't know if I have the emotions to put into it. To give it justice about what all of it means to me. About how hurt we all are. Honestly, I kind of wish I wrote that down. That sounds pretty good.
I'm hurt by how long this damn call is.
It's not a case of
Right
where
up.
I have to follow with it. It's a case of where I have to do it. We have been there in insurmountable things, Crystal. We have. We've tried, and we have gotten through it. But you've gave up. And it's sad to see. And here we go. I'll begin with my point now. This is going to be unfiltered. I don't include as many nice things, honestly, with mine.
Before
You
we
can
get to
interject
that
me and stop me at any point.
Did Crystal stop seeing that, or did you stop seeing what you wanted out of Crystal?
Probably both.
Because I'm more inclined to think it's the latter.
If I was
Point.
Crystal in this situation, I would have been like, hold on, excuse me, I really want to get something off my chest really quick. And then my ass would have just started reading like one fish, two fish, red fish, blue fish, or something. Because they ain't no way I'm not going to sit through another fucking Tolkien speech about what a terrible person I am. This is silly.
I would.
That's
I'm the
just
class
silly.
109 version. One fish, two fish, red fish, you bitch.
Lol.
Whatever, same thing.
But I will allow me to have my piece with this section. How dare you not put in an ounce of thought after everything we have been through? After everything that I know you have been through. Of course I've known less. Yeah, you've had your own personal experiences. You know when we look at things like the Rosicle, right? It didn't matter about receiving information when things are that insane. You participated and conducted in something just as bad, if not worse, and you are entirely at
shut
fault.
up.
We know your justification.
Hold. Are they blaming Crystal for the Rosicle right now?
No, they're saying that what happened in the Sasu call was worse, which I so disagree with. I so disagree with. These people have no clue what they're talking about.
Wow.
They really fucking don't. Because here's the thing. I think I saw Crystal say this. They didn't watch the Sasu call.
No, they didn't.
So how are you gonna talk shit about something you can't see? These people. Ooh. I'm gonna bite my tongue.
Continue.
However, before we even go into things that got to that level, you are a woman with autism and ADHD. You are more than aware of these accessibility concerns and the importance that they hold. The struggles that people go through with disabilities, yet you didn't do anything. These needs were not met and the call could have been called off before anything got that sour. So the fact that I see all these other things thrown as justifications, whatever, I do feel for you. I fucking do. I really do. But guess what? It could have been resolved. But you knew your standing, and you didn't act on it.
Dishonest
you really
idiot.
didn't. And honestly, you failed to apologize in a timely manner. You failed to apologize in a timely manner to Sasu. You failed. I'm disgusted in your conduct. And the fact that this seems to interchange based upon the preference that person directly is to you or the people you're around at the time, of how you hold yourself is deeply concerning. After you dragged me into assisting you with jibs. You know, you've given me justification now to bring that up and...
Hold on.
Pause?
Whether or not it's timely or not would ultimately be up to Sasu, not you, Hayden. And yeah, of course people are going to bring jibs up. They always do.
put it in your face. I hate doing that because Jibs is such a sweet fucking dude. It makes me even more furious at you because you kept that in mind. You were reminded, you were shown, and yet you didn't do it. And you have no excuse for that. You don't. I know. And no amount of quick, hasty apologies, quick, hasty scripts getting done within not even 24 hours will solve anything. These are legitimate fuck-ups. That seems so impersonal handling them, and I refuse to condone this. This time, you cannot take us into a call, Crystal. You cannot remove our doubts. We have the floor. We have talked and realized how messed up this truly is.
We have the floor. You're right. You do have the floor because it's how many on one in this call? This is a Senate call. This is literally just a Senate call, except it's significantly less funnier.
I'd also argue this is worse than a Senate call because, you know, again, we didn't do
this
to our friends.
Yeah.
We didn't do this to our friends.
You're right.
Unless they really screwed up. And on top of that, like, we took people to task for issues, not for... You're not conducting yourself in a manner we want.
Right. Yeah. And this is just like, I understand that you're passionate. I understand that you're angry, but this is so over the top. This is so dramatic. Like, I remember when I found out about Coyote and was so upset about Coyote, and I knew Coyote in person. Like, Coyote met my kid. You know, that, like, it like the ties ran deep. So, like, this, like, aggressive speaking, borderline yelling, and you're a trans autistic woman, and you know, accessibility. Like, you have not met this like you've not met Crystal's needs though. Like, you're preaching something that you're not keeping in mind for Crystal. You know, now granted, Crystal does say no, just keep going, but like, I and you can't sit there and use the argument of, well, oh, well, she told us to keep going. Okay, yeah, sure, she did, but you can tell just by listening to Crystal that that's a tap out. This is I want to get this over with. Just get it over with. I'm done. I don't want to do this anymore.
Yes.
So it's not that hard. So
I think the easiest way to curb that shit is not make it 5 fucking hours.
Oh, I guess Crystal's letting us know that Crystal actually met Hayden in real life a few times. So I guess that actually does make it worse. So I'm gonna call Hayden a pussy here and say, well, you couldn't even bother to say this to Crystal's face. You can not a phone call, not a one-on-one call, not a conversation beforehand to talk about this. Like, you couldn't sack up and say this to Crystal. Just say that to Crystal. Just talk to Crystal. Because I've had difficult conversations with Lio. I've had very difficult conversations with Lio, and it's hard. It sucks sometimes, not always. No, I'm just kidding. It sucks. It's hard. It can be emotionally difficult. It's tiring to call your friends out. But when you do it in a call like this, where you can be beefed up by other people, like you're not tough, you're not cool, you're not the hero in the story. You're just an asshole. And this is blood sports. This is the dressage version of blood sports.
This is
I'll keep
literally.
going.
Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead. You can keep going.
The closest thing I can compare this to is just let's stand in a circle and mock this person. But they would never do it to Crystal's face. I 100% agree. It just makes it all the more sad.
All right, let's continue.
I've done more than you've done in a while. I've communicated with people to let them know, transparency's sake, and this only shows how little you've actually goddamn cared.
Oh,
you had someone in a car, and I could tell it was a car because you know what? I could hear it, and you know what Lio asked? Oh, it's a car. Whoa, so cool. So, you know how Lio banned him? You didn't even message him then. He could have died. I genuinely fear what you...
Okay. He also could have died earlier. He could... Well, I wouldn't go that far. He could have died at any given time. The idea that, well, Lio would be at fault. No. At some point, if you're calling out somebody's bad behavior, at some point, that has to be on them. That's right. Now, if you're sitting there walking them through how to do it, that's another matter altogether. And at that point, law should be involved. Yeah. But what's going on here?
We're not going to Michelle carded this.
Sasu could have died. Yeah. So could I. I've been inundated with constant people telling me I'm a horrible human being, that I should kill myself, all this other stuff. But that's fine. I'm the bad guy right now. You don't know dick all about what Sasu's done. Most people crying about him don't either, and they actually don't even care. So, Hayden, you have Discord. Why didn't you check on Sasu if you're so concerned? Truth of the matter is,
Hayden, aren't you in Thunderdome? Why don't you tag me in Thunderdome? Or if you're not, someone you know is in Thunderdome.
Are they?
Why don't you have them tag me in Thunderdome? I mean, they must. They know about Thunderdome. They know that Crystal's in Thunderdome. So someone can tag me in Thunderdome. We can have a call about this in Thunderdome. I'm happy to.
Shut up.
Well, this isn't a put up or shut up. To me, this is just tacky behavior. This is tacky abusive behavior. And I think this is goofy to do this. You can't sit there and be like, we're better than Senate, when you're literally no different. I'm sorry.
You're worse.
Yeah. Right, worse. This is worse. You're right. I take it back. It is worse. Okay, we'll keep it
going. I'll hit play.
we made no. I did that on purpose. Again, we're circling back to the you made us do this. You forced our hand. This is because of you. We're going back to because of you. We're going back to this situation of just circular. You the abusive boyfriend of you're the reason why I hit you. You're the reason why I yell at you. You're the reason why I call you names. It's because of you. You. This is all your fault. That's exactly what this sounds like.
Yeah, here's why our emotions are your problem and your problem alone, and we're not responsible
for them. Yeah. We're not responsible for how we feel. You are responsible for how we feel. We are Actually, I should take that back because other people can be responsible for how you feel, but you are responsible for the consequences of those feelings.
And
So I
how
should
you
take that back.
react
People
to
can
it.
act. You're responsible for how you. Yeah. You
Correct.
can act,
Correct.
but
You're
how
responsible for
you
your own actions.
react is
Is
entirely
your
fault.
responsibility. Right.
And that isn't unfair. This is what it is. Your constant engagement with these spaces, following our discussion alone on the second, only shows how insensitive you have been. And I'm sorry, but we can't allow that. And you know what? Please reflect more on this call. Please reflect from everything we've said and get back to us if you genuinely do, feel like things have gone wrong. And you know what? I feel like I need to be a bit petty now. So how's playing Minecraft with Kumo instead of Stella, huh? And instead of rushing.
Are you fucking
Nobody owes you.
me?
Nobody owes you a game. Nobody owes you a
Holy
game.
shit.
Nobody owes you playing anything. Shut up. Stop it. Be quiet. Sit down, Aiden.
The
Be
only
quiet.
caveat to that is if Crystal did give her word, she'd play with Stella instead, and frankly, I think she'd be better company. That's where I could see the disconnect. But other than that, no, there's not one.
Hold on 1 second.
Yeah, no. I've heard them
Uh,
multiple times, though, be like, you're not giving us enough attention. You're not hanging around us enough instead of other people like Lio. Maybe because you're all fucking awful. Like, I would never hang around people like this.
You okay, Monstrous?
yeah. Sorry. Crystal had DM'd me.
Okay.
About a trigger warning about their reply.
Okay.
So I guess here's a trigger warning for Crystal's reply. I'm assuming that's what they're referring to.
Instead of rushing a script, rushing damage control, rushing emotions you've lost control of, because you have everything under control, right? You send this apology, you send this script, and just say, oh, he's a bad person. Like, okay, we can judge that for ourselves. You've spoken only in PR. You haven't upheld yourself appropriately. And you might have some legitimate reasons for that, but this is what it is. This is a common theme with most of us. And the effects that this has had on us physically and mentally, you have affected us negatively, Crystal. You have affected us negatively. And
Because of you.
Oh my...
And I had to speak so much yesterday to update people, to be transparent about your own actions for the past few months. It got my throat so fucking raw that I threw up. I threw up because of that use. Yeah, crazy, huh? I've not been able to take care of myself properly the last few days, although I imagine you haven't been able to take.
This is literally weaponizing your mental health against somebody.
Yeah, this is so goofy. Can I, this is so silly. This is so,
Okay.
I haven't been able to take care of myself properly. Why? Are you unable to take a shower? Because of what the situation? Get some fucking therapy, dude.
Well,
or sorry, dude, non-binary person, whatever you are. I don't know your pronouns. My bad.
Well,
Dude said gender neutrally.
Here's part of the issue. Okay, so I said something similar in the call with Lumi, but I wasn't doing that to weaponize anything. I just did it because what they did was awful, and I wanted to know the full scale of it. But what Lumi did to me is actually awful. They're mad because Crystal isn't doing what they specifically want. This is dumb, and I hate this.
Oh, thank you for the Hayden is any pronouns. Thank you for the correction, Crystal. I appreciate it. No, this is silly. This is this is because of you. I can't shower because of you. I can't take care of myself because of you. No, if you can't take care of yourself, it is because of yourself. It is nobody else's problem. It is nobody else's fault. It is your own fault and your own problem. Stop putting it on other people. This is so silly.
Take care of yourself properly with how fucking intrinsic you are with this FC, with all of this bullshit. That's how we've all seen it. And is that what it is? Maybe, it might be. It genuinely might be. And I'm sorry I don't have more positive things to say, but we have been tooth and nail against each other. We have been there to call each other out at the worst parts, to uphold ourselves in the most tense situations. And for things like Mal, where we were so angry, you know what? I think I might be just as angry, if not angrier. Wow. Fucking wow.
I don't even know what
I hope you feel very happy with yourself.
There's one thing, when we say that, shit, it's referring to the stuff that's more drama, of course stuff like FCK that you've helped with, that does not be taken away. It's just the stuff that's more drama, Thunderdome stuff, that's mainly cause of Lio, etc. That recent
Crystal knows how it is. She's been there.
Anyway,
this is all just.
How about you stop talking about Thunderdome? How about you stop talking about Thunderdome and start going into Thunderdome?
Wait, hold on, Crystal. Are
If
you
you know
telling me
what
they were...
Thunderdome's like.
Hold on, Crystal. Are you telling me the
Okay.
person they're referring to is Mart, a groomer, and they're saying this is worse? Did I get that right?
What?
What?
Oh my god. Apparently they're comparing an issue they had last year where they found out a groomer was in their circle, and they're saying this situation with Crystal is worse.
Oh, kick fucking rocks, all
God,
of them.
the
This is
drama.
insane. Are you serious?
Apparently they are.
I am silly.
Oh
You
my
can't be.
god.
None of you are real. None of you are
Yeah,
real.
I'm convinced
None
we're
of you
all
are
in a
real.
simulation. This is a Minecraft SME. There's no way.
This is silly. This is so silly. Someone was a groomer in your circle, and you're saying this is worse than no, I
Holy
can't.
shit.
Stop it. Get some help.
Please.
And we've been so unfair, apparently. We've been so unfair.
Yes.
Okay. But
I'm going to
we've exhausted this, so
I'm going to divulge into
we
triggering subjects now.
we are out into the last part, and this is a caption that we've labelled "Handing the Floor to Crystal." This is the last part of our call. In this,
I'm sorry. Handing the floor to Crystal. It's the last 30 minutes of the call.
I'm sorry. I find it funny.
fuck.
This is the last part of the call. I'm sorry. Are we on a fucking tour of a metropolitan city? What are we doing?
and here is the
Convinced this
Crystal
is
Forever
scripted.
Cemetery.
Yeah, literally. And to your
God.
left, you'll see all of our incongruities. Make sure to look away from them.
God. But don't worry, Crystal gets 30 minutes. I guess, well, this is 4 hours and 45 minutes. I oh my God,
You
stop
get
it.
10%
Okay,
of the
whatever.
call. Have fun.
If that.
we want to reiterate our aims, what we want going forward, with any extra points that fit in now, especially. From your message yesterday, you pried into a way that you potentially see us. We don't know if those are your true feelings. However, you objectively weaponized your knowledge on us. You weaponized your kindness given as a means to take it away at a given notice. You made it known that the views that you have on us are potentially conditional, and we are giving you this time to explain why you've said these things when you have the floor. In the contacts you have made with people, such as Sunny and Lumi, etc., have been developments that you've passively put out over time. However, I'd say from the conduct such as people like Sunny within the engagement in Gilded Poo server, and again, the handling of the Sassy call, and the attitudes that Sunny held within the Enla and Kuma interview, the way that you intertwine yourself with these people comes off as two-faced. Whenever you're talking with Kumo and Enla in one thing, and in a live stream of them when you're still going to be, what, besties with Sunny? Are you still making plans to go mini-golfing with another?
That's a fair point. Don't be two-faced.
Okay, hold on. I want to make this clear, and I've said this multiple times, multiple places. There is going to be times where people are going to get involved in calls like this, and it is going to go haywire. You could be the most perfect individual. You could have studied human behavior for forever. You could be the best psychologist, psychiatrist, whatever in the world. You could be the best therapist, a mental health advocate, whatever, and shit will still go sideways. I am so tired. I am sick to my back teeth. I would rather have my final wisdom tooth pulled and sit in the fucking chair and deal with that shit than hear another person talk about how terrible these calls are, because it doesn't matter how terrible these calls are. These calls are just cudgels. They are just weapons. Nobody cares about these people. Nobody cares about the calls. It's just, ha ha ha, you're a bad person. I could do better, or I wouldn't have done it at all. Blah blah. Okay, fine. So you don't care about victims, the victims that you claim to care about. You don't care about the people who should be getting their pound of flesh, who aren't. You don't care about mental health, actually. You just care about your mental health. You clearly don't understand that human behavior is so wildly volatile and so wildly variable that we can't even, you can't appropriately account for everything and anything. I am tired of it.
Well,
Get a new fucking line.
Part of the issue is the fact that these calls will sometimes go awry in ways we don't expect. Or sometimes there was a case, and I've talked about this in my addressing things video, and I've had other people like scratching to find it, which you're not going to. Like, that's not going out and you'll get over it. We were just hanging out in a regular call. Wasn't an accountability call, wasn't anything like that, and some dude got pressed on something because a certain person thought he was doing some stolen valor, and the dude came in with a firearm and threatened himself. And I tried to keep him going in terms of talking until the police showed up, and nobody saw that coming. Nobody even expected something like that would happen. It just happened. And this wasn't because we were dicking with him or because we were making fun of him. It wasn't even an accountability call. It wasn't a gallery call. It was just we were playing freaking Halo.
Right. And that's how mental illness works. Even people who know their triggers, who know what's going to upset them, cannot always account for everything. I have an array of I am a sunshine of mental illness. I am neurodivergent. I have a neurodivergent child. At least I'm pretty sure I have a neurodivergent child. I am in my 30s. I still don't know everything that triggers me. Even things I did not expect to trigger me will trigger me. I have had manic episodes where I didn't even know the cause. To me, there was just no rhyme or reason. It wasn't a Discord call necessarily. It could have just been because the sun didn't come out that day, because the clouds were out and covering the sun. Who knows? Who knows what it was? It could have just been because, I don't know, I forgot to pay for my tags on the day that I meant to do them. They're not even late. I just forgot to do them, you know? I had a bad chemical imbalance that particular day. That's it. That's all anybody needs. Anyone who is mentally ill, that's all they need. So there is no solution. There is no right answer. That's all there is to it. So to beat somebody down for not having the correct answer all of the time, always, is silly. Now, I stated that I hated the Sasu call. I stated I never wanted it released. I lost that fight, whatever. I'm not going to cry about it. But we need to stop this whole, like, the call was so bad, the Rin call was so bad, the Rifleman G call was so bad, the Senate calls were so bad. What would you have done if you were in those people's shoes? You probably would not have done anything different, because I've seen your calls, I've heard your calls, I've seen the people in their calls, I see how they act, I see how they talk, I see who they talk to. It's no different. Stop acting morally superior. It's exhausting.
On top of that, people who tend to criticize these things criticize them with the level of vitriol and act as if they are morally superior when the behavior that they frequently go at, I will use Lio as an example. They will go at Lio for the same behavior and then exhibit it in the very video, stream, or call where they're doing this shit and acting performative. I've witnessed it real time.
Okay, but we're not talking about Lio. I'm not talking about Lio in this case. This is such a nebulous statement because I see it everywhere.
Yeah.
I see it absolutely I've heard and seen so many calls lately where this has occurred and people are like, oh, Senate's so bad. We're not like Senate. I'm like, this is a Senate call. This is no different. And these people aren't necessarily, anti-Lio or Lio detractors. But that's what it amounts to. Oh, there needs to be a licensed mental health professional. No licensed mental health professional is going to sit there and provide professional personalized service on a Discord call. That is so ridiculous. That is so silly. First of all, are you going to pay that money? No, you're not going to. That's silly. That's not a thing. I'm not paying that, however much money that is. Lio's not paying that. Nobody's paying that. And first of all, to expect a free service like that is also ridiculous. We all know that a majority of people who are on Discord, not all people, but a lot of people who are on Discord are starving artists, or they're,
dirty furries.
People just trying to, or they're starving furries, whatever. The point is that in this economy, not a lot of people are making a whole lot of money. It's just so goofy to make the suggestion. Stop making the suggestion. Nobody's making that stop. Nobody's going to do that. So I'm making that. Words. Okay, let's keep going.
Because we pose this, because once your goals were set, you've just moved it, you've changed. And honestly, we don't know what the case no longer is. And while there's other questions to ask, we could be here for more and more hours. So now we'll go over our demands. And we are immovable on every single one of these demands. We require full transparency no matter what, from now on, knowing what is needed so we never get blindsided again. 2, you need to take a step back from everything. This isn't good for your health or you. You need to cut ties with the ACC that you said you'd do so long ago. You need to pause doing the videos on Camila and Peaches indefinitely, as with the way you have conducted yourself, there isn't any faith that this will turn out to be just, that this won't give any type of justice for any victims involved, unless you plan to have it to be self-serving. You need, and for the next
Pause.
demand, you need to remove yourself from GTC spaces involving.
Number one, making demands of what somebody will or will not make is asinine, especially considering the fact that her video on Camilla is about her experiences, so you can stick a tack in that. And secondly, who cares about her video on Peaches? What victims? I say what victims, but the thing is, let's be honest, I'm not going to pretend like I'm not one, but that video is not going to be about me. That video is going to be about all the other people Peaches has hurt or been dishonest to. It's not going to even have a focus on me. So, like, what are they even going on about? This is so stupid. You can't make a video on somebody because I don't like your actions. No. Shut up.
Like, also, I do love our demands. Go away. Also, you have to tell us absolutely everything, but go away.
Give me your DMs, Hayden. Since we're being so open and transparent, give me all your DMs to everybody. Especially those literal children you have in your chat that apparently the parents don't know were groomed. You had me in a call with Jibs, rightfully so, talking about my actions towards Jibs and how inappropriate I was speaking to them, how inappropriately I treated them, and you're here in group chats with child victims that their parents don't even know what they've been through? What are you smoking? What are you on? And please get off it. Continue, before I lose my mind.
Yeah, let's go.
Involving vulnerable people and unadd them. At this moment, you are unstable, and it will not benefit anyone having a one-to-one communication at this time. Next demand. We want you to seek professional help. I myself have gone through systems in the UK for mental health support as an adult, so I can help you find these systems, help you find these groups, or help you find therapists with time, and I want to put in that active effort. The last, actually a few more. You will no longer be the figurehead of the GTC situation. After what has happened with Peaches and your actions now, we no longer see a need of having someone as a head. It's a concept that needs to stop so we can heal. Next demand. You need to give an apology to Locker. Your treatment of him was blatantly wrong.
No.
If any of these demands are not met, or if we find that anything has been hidden from us, this public separation will not include you in the process, and we will handle it without you. Following from this, we see the need to make a public response, making these actions known. If we can come to these conclusions, anyone can. This isn't done as a point to defame you, but merely to hold proper accountability for us all, because we are responsible for how you came to us now. Your actions reflect on us, and vice versa, and all of our standings. We are all to blame. You have held us in regards to what we said with Lio. Thank you. We want you to be aware that we want to include you in this process, because we don't want to sever communication ties with you. In fact, we want things to get better. We have been worried about you for so long, and only want you to see better, so finding a resolution together, isn't that the best way to finally make amends? We're done. The floor is yours.
I would like to point out that they said, this is the part where we give you the floor. This has been going for like 10 minutes.
I'm just about to say that.
Yeah, this has been going for like almost 10 fucking minutes. Is the floor in the room with us right now?
The room is on the
Sorry.
floor.
It's on the floor above.
That's a lot.
It is.
You guys have been of the idea that you are against the status quo. You are against morally berating someone to the point where they are having a manic breakdown. Good job. You've done the same with me here. At one point I said, I feel like I'm having a mental break, and you kept on going. You've kept on going to the point I've hurt myself. So good job in that.
I apologize, I didn't hear that at the
Oh,
time.
you didn't hear that?
I'm sorry.
Should I not
Should
I have cried harder?
So
This is hands down my favorite part of the call, because this is where they all backpedal, and I love it. Yeah, I just love it. They talk about accessibility and people's needs, blah blah blah, and yeah, I love watching people backpedal like this.
well, it's not just
So,
that.
you guys can watch Bird. Oh, go ahead.
It's
Go
not
ahead.
just that. Like, okay, so we get a lot of criticism for past Senate calls because we didn't give XYZ thing to people, and these are the people who are saying we're bad for it, and they did the exact same thing. And here's the truth of the matter, right? Crystal was obviously in distress throughout this entire call, like just based on how they're responding, the fact that they don't want to take breaks, just power through, get it done. It's not always easy in the moment to see these things are happening. That's why people tend to reflect on things. That's why sometimes in the moment is the worst time to get something. It's why these calls can be a problem when you're trying to do something productive with it. I'm not talking about dancing all over the corpse of a predator or taking some creep to task. I mean actually trying to accomplish something with somebody you care about or somebody you want to do better with. That's why these calls don't work like this, as it's been demonstrated, heck, with Senate and with me. Because if you're not able to see these things happening in real time, or you're like me and you become so cynical you think everybody's lying to you because it's happened so many doggone times, you're not accomplishing anything. You're just making it worse. And these are the people who got on about me and said I need to have brain cancer, and they're doing it knowing full well what's going on. So this is ridiculous.
This whole call is goofy.
You tell him, Kaiju.
I gotta go. I'm gonna go play with my kid. Y'all have fun.
Bye,
I'll see you soon.
Monstrous.
Bye. Have fun.
Chat, say bye, Monstrous.
All right, hit and play now.
I'm
Should I
sorry.
apply
didn't get
longer
that.
and harder? Was that what my tea is not good enough?
I apologize. We didn't know
So,
about it.
no, I'm having. Do I need? Does anything going to have a mental break? And you said, yeah, probably, but you didn't hear it, right?
But
It's
first of all,
Tattoo,
when we met
Tattoo,
up,
no, let me fucking finish.
Okay.
This tattoo is okay. No, it's not okay. But me, yeah, no, it's okay. Something seems to figurehead. Yeah, this is fine. This is okay to do. This is fine. This is why I started recording. Because I want to fucking play it back to the point where I'm breaking down, and you guys kept on fucking going.
I didn't know you were breaking down at the time. I'm
But
sorry.
you didn't know I was breaking down. You didn't know I was breaking down where I was fucking hyperventilating. Oh, but it's so
couldn't
easy,
possibly
right? It's
hear
so
it, I'm
easy.
sorry.
It's so easy to take us away, right? In the moment, the call spent 20 minutes into it, right? Why the fuck did you not do that with me?
Sorry,
You guys
repeat that.
all
Could
go
you
to
please
come
repeat
here.
that?
All of you are going to come here and do this and say I should have done it. Why the fuck did you not do it with me?
Crystal,
What
at
the
one
fuck is wrong with you
time,
guys?
when stating
What?
the testimony, I clearly stated over and over again.
I'm not
this
even
is
talking about
what were
testimony.
you-
I'm not talking about testimony. You got me to the point where I got to the point of dissociation where I can hold it in, take it to the chin, process it. This was before the testimony. This was
We've
before that.
asked, we
This was
took
at the 2-hour mark.
breaks.
The 3-hour mark. Did disaster ever ask for a break? Did disaster ask for a break in the call? No, he didn't. Neither did I.
But those
Because I was at the
accessibility
point-
concerns
I
were not
would-
made.
Okay, neither was mine. Neither was mine. Neither
We
was mine.
asked. We
Neither
have
was mine.
reinforced. We reinforced within before the start of this call, asking in terms of accessibility concerns before being met. We have asked throughout this call and constantly taking breaks to give time to potentially reflect and come back to have a call that goes conductively and
I was
smoothly.
silly.
I admit we
couldn't
won't. We
I
haven't
couldn't leave
had
the school. I couldn't leave the school. I couldn't leave the school. I couldn't leave the school. That would have been so badly on me. You guys have trapped me in a call. Good job. Good job.
Your actions have resulted in this call.
Okay, so my actions resulted in this call, right? My actions resulted in this call.
Yes,
So it's okay
they
to do
have.
the same thing to me as what happened to Sasu. That's okay. I love that moral. I love
We
the moral
haven't.
justification.
Sasu,
You got to the
Sasu,
point where I have hurt myself in calls.
I'm so
Good
sorry,
job.
but we didn't
Good
know
job.
of this.
We
Yeah,
could not
Crystal,
have known
we do
about
not
this.
like how you're throwing this out at us. This is completely
Sasu
unreasonable.
expressed
wow,
zero
it's
ideation in
almost like these situations.
I don't like how you're throwing this out at us. Bestie, we are how far into this call where you did the same thing?
Yup.
It's wonderful to watch. I'm like, yes, queen. Backpedal your shit harder than a fucking bicycle. Work.
Hard to fucking handle, right?
It is hard to handle.
Okay,
However, we've
awesome,
done more.
happy days. Let me just make multiple fucking streams. Let me make personal accountability for you guys making me hurt myself. Yeah?
What?
No.
If you guys have
Please, if you're willing to take this level of self-destruction, you can, but
you guys have got me in a call for
Do I
4
need to
hours.
phone now?
4
Are you
hours.
okay?
No,
I
I
need
am
to
okay.
Okay, so here's where I'm going to criticize Crystal. You can't, unless they are actively pushing you, like telling you to do it, you cannot put self-harm on other people. Your mental health in that sense has to be on you. Now, should they have given Crystal a break? Yes. Again, this is the first time I've actually heard the entirety of this call. However, even I can tell Crystal is distressed. Even I can tell Crystal's breaking down. That's a problem here. That is the problem here. Is these people who claim that they want to take care of these things, claim they care about all this stuff, they don't. They don't.
They care for themselves.
It's performance. That's really all it is. And now that they're being held, shown, hey, maybe you're screwing up here, that's when they're trying to backpedal on it. They should have seen it come in beforehand, because this should not have taken 4 hours.
I'm okay.
Do I need to phone 999?
No, it's not
Crystal,
to that degree.
I'm worried. No,
listen,
you said you hurt yourself. I'm
I have
concerned.
hurt myself.
Crystal,
I'm
I'm
scared.
scared.
Listen to me. It's not to that degree.
I'm sorry, I need to call
No,
999.
do not. I will fucking freak. I do not. Please do not.
What can we do to help?
Please do not. Just listen to me. Listen to me, okay? Listen to me, please. All I want you guys to do is to listen to me right now. It's a really unfair position that you try to put me in. You disagree. It's a really fucking hard one, okay? Put me in a state where okay, I will explain how I've hurt myself. It has got to the point of just biting and stuff like that to get rid of any kind of pain. And there's been no cuts or anything like that. Okay? So it's not a danger to that degree. I'm better now. Just, I wanted to explain what it's like to be in the position of not knowing how to handle a call. There was multiple times where I was breaking down and you guys didn't stop. You continued berating me in the call.
Is this towards the testimonies and personal?
No, this was at the 2-hour mark. I started recording as a 3-hour mark. I want to show you the recording I want to show you the recording. I'm going to stop recording now. I'm going to start again, so I just have it down. You guys can hit the point you got me to.
The thing is, that didn't come across your microphone at the time. I know how we've seen recordings that you've done before. Do you know how whenever we'd hear like sounds like you vaping, it's like we'd hear that in call, but those passive things we'd hear. No, it's like a genuine thing I'm bringing up because I didn't hear you bring down.
Not here. Open. I know that.
What do you mean?
You know that. Literally, that would have ended. Right there.
There's no guys, you guys, at any time. There was for the first hour and two of the call. I was crying. I was genuinely crying.
We
and
took
you guys
breaks.
kept on going. Yeah, you took. Okay.
That could have been time to bring it up. We reinforced this, Crystal.
Imagine being berated for 4 hours and being shocked that the person you're berating is breaking down.
Crystal, this isn't unreasonable what we've done. This is what you've done.
It is unreasonable what you've done because it didn't need to go on this long. It doesn't matter if you take a whole bunch of breaks in the middle of it. It's just piling on the person's mind. It doesn't magically reset because you took a 5-minute piss break. I'm sorry, but it doesn't. There's a lot of criticism that can be thrown my way, in some cases, rightfully so.
Yes.
About people who are mentally unwell and taking the task for too long. But these people know Crystal. They know Crystal on a personal level. And they still treated her like this. They still treated her to this extent. They knew what Crystal's struggles were. Heck, I know what Crystal's struggles are. That's why whenever I've had to have a hard conversation with Crystal, or I've had to get really short in tone, I make the conversation short. And then I don't interact with them until they're okay again. Because I know what Crystal struggles with, and I'm not going to be a trigger for that. This is just cruel. That's literally all this is. Just cruelty.
But again, you've held me accountable. There's a certain level. This is way beyond cross that line to the point.
We have maintained accessibility needs all throughout this. We didn't know you were breaking down. You were acting unreasonable. We took breaks when you were doing that. You insisted on continuing in this call, and there is proof of that. We have proof of that. We have proof.
You insisted on continuing. Okay, so did you when you knew this person was breaking down.
Well, there's also the fact that, like, they're acting like they don't know that Crystal is going to tough it through this because she actually does care. She does care about these people. She's literally been the most vocal, outsourced person. She's lost a lot for these people. And I do mean lost a lot for these people. They knew that she's not going to lead these calls. They know she's not going to say, I need to step back. They know that. That's why she stayed in these calls.
Well, no, Crystal doesn't care enough because they didn't fucking play Minecraft with someone, so it's a personal grievance.
So silly.
Extremely. And not Seven Silly Souls silly, just stupid.
It's cruel.
I keep saying, let me finish. I said I want it over because I'm breaking down. Would it take to a point where I get to a mental break? And Hayden, you said probably. Those were yours, that was. It was in the moment. This is as a gotcha, but it's to show in the moment is fucking hard to notice. It's very easy to overlook a call when you are not in. When you're in the fucking moment, it is hard. It is so fucking hard. Because you are so focused on making your points. You're so focused on making, so like you were doing the same thing. You were doing the comforting. You were saying.
How do you think this would look, Crystal? How do you think this would look? We've tried our best, and when we view it in comparison, you've compared it to the Sassy call so much. What have we done? We tried to take breaks, we tried to reinforce, we can just stop.
Okay,
people have left the call, Stella's left the call, do we hold that against them? No, we wouldn't hold it against you.
What did me and Ponda do in that call? We comforted him, we tried to understand him. The only thing what hasn't happened here is Lio weaponizing it, or someone else weaponizing, like, doing the good or bad.
Crystal,
you guys have
before the call even began, we made sure to bring up these accessibility concerns. We made sure to have it ironclad in text. Well, we tried in the call, there's been elements that we haven't been able to predict or pick up on in the moment. You know our own accessibility concerns and needs.
I understand, but I'm just saying.
And again,
the problem is it wasn't equal on all sides. If you're going to talk about that so much, then you need to make sure you're keeping it $150 across the board. And they never did.
Nope. That requires forethought, honestly. And I've screwed up before. I'm not gonna pretend otherwise. But like these people are allegedly supposed to be better than this, and that's just disappointing. And it's again, it breaks my heart because they were this cruel to somebody they called a friend. And I'm not going to pretend like I'm not hurt over some of the things Crystal's done, and certainly over some of the nonsense she said in here about me. Like, I'm kind of getting tired of being treated like a monster instead of just a flawed human being. Like, that was not necessary, but at the same time, what they did to her is just horrible, and I am so sorry she had to deal with it.
Yeah, I think the moral of the story is like, yeah, Crystal fucked up, but don't do this.
Yeah, it's just awful. And I'm sorry she had to deal with it.
parts that we have missed on. I do apologize. But the thing is, if you're trying to...
I have broken down in the call, it's gone on for 2 hours, for 4 hours. At the 2 hour mark, I've broken down. The reason I seem so unattentive to the statements being made to me is because you pushed me to that limit. I was past the point of even knowing how to express myself. You've caused an autistic breakdown to the point where I even struggle to comprehend the meaning of those words. No matter how long I would have reflected on that point, even right now, I wouldn't have settled in. You pushed me to that point. Collectively, you guys have pushed me to that point.
If that's how you want to say and view it, I honestly do agree.
It's not a say or view it. It's a fact. It's a fact of what's happened. And again, you say
but
you
we
can't take it away.
We have maintained as much as we have. We have
as I did with Sasu. I was trying to understand.
We have tangible effects of how the call has gone. We have proof to show of this and how we've tried and how things have gone. And how would this look, Crystal? How would this look? How are our demands going to be met from having all this happen? How are things going to go from here?
How are things going to look? Literally, oh my god, get a job, get a partner, get a hobby, please. Oh my god. I would say get friends. You all need better ones, but I don't know if I want anyone around y'all if y'all act like this around your friends. Holy shit.
Sweetie, you can't get up there. No, mamas.
I love how my cat is so peaceful and then yours is like, okay, so we're fighting.
Well, she's my cat, so that makes sense.
Yeah, mine's just serving cunt.
Alright, you gonna play again? Let's get through this.
Let's get it.
I don't know. I don't like this position. I really don't fucking like it.
But you know you put us in this.
Yes. Yes, I did. That's something that I did. Again, it was the idea of it is really easy in the moment to lose how serious a call is going. Mystic, are you recording this call? Mystic, are you recording this call?
Yeah.
I would like a copy of that call, please.
We'll think about that.
I would like.
Oh, listen to that. They know they screwed up. They know they screwed up. They know they did. We'll think about
it. You sure? Ooh. Tight. Hiding things from the public, are we? I thought you criticized Crystal on that a few hours ago.
Yeah, hey, where's your transparency?
Yeah, exactly. You're keeping things mighty opaque.
Hello, Gigi. She's a good baby. She's a good girl. Alright, hit play.
He had broken down. I'm entitled to that call, as Sassy was entitled to his call. You cannot say to me, this call should not be sent to me. That would be unfair. That would be incredibly unfair.
We don't know until we talk about amongst all of us first, but we will.
This call has broken me down. I deserve that call. You cannot be in a position of demanding that I release calls and agree with Laka and then not give a call I'm involved in. That is not okay.
We need to speak towards Stella. We need to speak towards that before we can go ahead so they know what's happened in that absence during the call.
Everyone, I think with how this is right now, everyone has reached a boiling point.
No,
we have to end this call. We have to end this call.
This is unfair. This is incredibly unfair.
Take a
because
break?
you have reached your point now. You went down. Now that I've expressed that I have broke down this call, now it's suddenly too much.
Because it wasn't known. We didn't know.
I was crying in call.
We couldn't hear. I'm sorry.
We legitimately could not hear.
It wasn't coming from your mic.
If you will hear in the call around the 2 hour mark. In the 2 hour mark.
I'm sorry if that's something we missed. Because around that mark we were taking regular breaks, and if something was heating up, I'm guessing that I asked for us to take a break or something.
Okay. So there's multiple times in the call. For you guys have been my friends for a long time. There was points where I was closing off. There's points where I was defensive. There's points where I even went inside.
Still, accessibility concerns require communication.
Where you guys even check if my mic was muted. There was times where I was just pleading for it to continue, to get it over with. If that isn't seen as someone who is breaking down, it's
Crystal,
interesting.
It was hard to take from you at that point. It was a matter of comfort because we have never seen you like this.
So someone you've known for multiple years. You didn't know how to respond, but yeah, I was expected to know all of Sasu's trigger warnings, trigger signs, and everything like that. For someone I didn't know.
Accessibility concerns are built upon the fundamental of communication. Towards Sasu, these needs were things that are already in advance. And these things in terms of accessibility needs in comparison to you were things that we have stressed the importance of. And the fact that they've been made isn't it?
Like, very clearly expressed.
I would love for them to explain what Sasu's accessibility needs are. Oh wait, they didn't watch it.
Yep.
Something that would indicate he was going to kill himself. Like, literally. Like,
and he was removed from the court at that point.
He was banned. He was banned and left the spiral, and we will never do that to you in that sense. And we told other things in terms of how, because we're here now, we're asking, we want you to be okay. I want to call 999 for you.
No, not call 999.
But then why are you saying that we're not? Why? How can you say that we're not?
I'm not saying that.
Then why are you using this as an excuse? Why are you doing this?
It as an excuse. I feel fucking bad for even saying it.
Then what are you doing?
It's to understand how fucking hard it is. It doesn't make my call inexcusable. It doesn't. At the moment of time, it is really hard to notice. It's incredibly hard to notice, even though
You cannot use that against us in that sense when we have reinforced accessibility concerns under the communication. That doesn't
You can, because you weren't paying attention.
I'm just trying to add.
Hang on. That. And also, you can't use that against us. Except you're using it against her. Like...
Perspective. I'm not saying it as a doctor.
But you've made us worried about your well-being.
I am safe. 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 I'm reassuring you.
How can we trust that?
I am saying it. I am saying it. Right now, I am safe.
Are you? How can we trust that? How? Tell us.
I am saying it right now. I am safe.
But you didn't tell us about other things and it's gone wrong. What if we don't pick up on this? What's something happens?
saying
We will get the blame. We will get the blame.
Stop.
Oh, so it's all about blame now, is it?
Hayden, please.
It's about optics. This isn't about care. This is gross. I'm disgusted by this.
Yeah, having had, like, somebody literally this year, having done the shit that they're trying to play this up as, oh, Crystal's saying she's going to harm herself, and, like, using it against us and holding it against us. I had someone do that to me this fucking year. Made a 4-hour video about that shit. Like, this is not that. It's not. Nope. And they want to act like it is. Fucking disgusting. I hate all of them.
I don't hate them. I just hope they do better.
Okay?
We're gonna get blamed, man.
No, you're not.
What is this then? What was all of this? This is to make me break down. You've got it then.
No, listen to me, okay?
They literally used a line Crystal used, like, verbatim?
Yep. This is just Darvo.
Yeah.
Great, you're happy now you've maybe gone
no,
to this?
I'm
you're
not
happy?
happy. I'm not happy. I'm not
Why
happy.
did you do it? Why have you done all this? This is because of you!
No, listen to me.
Will our demands be met? Answer me that. Will our demands be met?
Oh! That pivot! That pivot! Why are you doing this to me? Will our demands be met? Will they be met?
Oh, did you hear that tone change? Oh my god, become a voice actor. Holy shit.
Oh god.
You know what? We'll put them in text because I want this call over soon because I'm done at this point, man. I'm done. I'll give you an...
Those tears disappeared really quick.
Oh yeah. Real quick.
Lightning speed. Ooh. This is the drama I'm here for. I want to know about that tone change.
Another bit, like, I'll give you now just to get final bits done, but we need it towards final bits now because this has gone too far. And we're immovable on every single one of these. None of them will be modified. And again, if all of these aren't met, we are making a public response regardless if this call went positive or negative. This isn't done to defame you, but to hold accountability for all of us in our standing. We want you to be
cool.
Define accountability. You won't.
Yeah, you gonna be accountable for this? Or now that it's on a larger platform, are you suddenly going to be accountable? Because I know that this has been seen by some people on Crystal's channel, but Crystal's channel isn't the same size as mine. And artists like listening to me drone on for some reason. So I know it's now going to get out a lot more. So I guess we'll see.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I guarantee these people could not define accountability. Like, they couldn't. People throw it around as a way of saying, we want you gone, and we want you to give into everything that we say because it's how we would define it.
Yep.
And then we can make it look a certain way. That's what they want. They don't want accountability because they can't fucking define what it means.
Exactly.
Be aware. So, I just want to include you. We wanted you to get better, and we've been worried for you for so long. And this has only reinforced it. But if even one of these demands are not met, if we find out something's been kept back from us that hasn't been told to this call now, we'll have to take things ourselves going forward, not including you, but we want to include you. We want this to be done properly to make amends, but...
The deal has been altered. Pray I do not alter it further.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we want to include you in this. Do you, though? Do you? Because it really seems like you don't. It seems like you wanted to get everything you could out of Crystal, then leave her high and dry. You can criticize Crystal. Like, there's nothing against that. But, like, what, like... I'm gonna go back to the age-old question of this VC. What is this?
I don't know how things are gonna go. I really don't, but we will have a measure of ourselves. We are with each other, and we will hold ourselves. And those are demands entirely.
Is this a form of isolation?
No.
Yeah.
This is what we've seen things build up to.
This is a group.
This is what we've seen things build up to, and your actions of what they've led to there. We've gave a clear explanation of how things have gone to how they are, with conclusions that anyone can make publicly, and this is what it is. This is how it affects us, and this is how everything is.
I do love that they're using this very specific tactic of anyone could see this, anyone can look at this publicly. Except we're all looking at it publicly, and we're looking at them like they have third eyes. It is absolutely an isolation tactic. Like, they want Crystal to feel bad enough to give into everything they want, and then they can continue using Crystal as a figurehead for everything that they do.
Well, more of they
And
want
we
to
are
use her
removable.
as less of a figurehead, more of a whipping boy.
Yeah, like, it really depends. Whatever they need her to be, so that way they can get their story out, that's what they're going to use her as.
Yep.
On these demands.
I don't want you to make a public.
We have
No.
to. We are forced to talk publicly. No, we have
No,
our standing here.
let
We are
me
immovable, that we need to make a public response
Let me
based upon...
finish on the
No, because this is
impact that
important. This is a
will
part of our
have on my
demands.
life. No, let me finish.
Let
Don't
finish.
you guys
Okay.
understand the ramifications that will have on me? I
But-
don't think you fully comprehend that. I am making a video, making people aware. I'm going to be linking to this article. I'm going to be doing all of that.
We don't trust.
Let me finish. I am going to give you guys full access. You guys can scrutinize it as much as you wish.
No.
And you can add notes. You can add anything you need, because I do not jumping on this.
I'm sorry, but we've been
I
put
do
in this
not
position.
want jumping on this.
Crystal,
Okay. So Crystal is also, like, this is another thing that's very important that I think they actually overlooked, is like, if you want your story told, more power to you. A lot of you are adults, though. Not all of you, but a lot of you are adults. You could tell the story yourself, and then you're saying, oh, we need to make a public response against the person who is platforming our stories. When even Crystal is like, do you understand, like, how that would line up and how that looks? Like, I don't know. It feels so weird how they're trying to frame this. I cannot get behind it.
Aiden,
this damage has been done.
Aiden,
I
after
understand.
everything I have lost for the glitch cell situation,
But
please,
you've done this.
Hayden, please, I'm not making many demands. Just
These are
please.
our demands. This is our demands.
I know this is the only demand I am making.
We haven't...
Just remove that one. That's all I'm asking.
No, we can't. We will talk about it.
Why?
We're not going to immediately...
We can't.
No,
we
you
made these, but we
There has
can't.
to be another way. I'm sorry, you just read off a list that was so contradictory and disgusting and, like, asking way too much of a person. Like, especially for the gravity of this. And then Crystal goes, I have one demand, and you're like, no, you can't! Like, please.
We know you've given up everything for us, Krista, but we have demands. You can't have any sensible requests. I hate this mentality.
It's so awful. Like, this is a person still, and it's not a morally reprehensible person. A person you can criticize, sure. Morally reprehensible, not. I wouldn't go that far.
be rash and say, oh, now we're going to immediately cut Chris out of the process. We will need to talk to Stella. However, we are very fixed on having a public thing done. We can't give clarity to you now because, again, we don't have everyone around. I wish we did, but we don't.
So you're telling Crystal you're making a public response, but we can't tell you we're making a public response because not everybody's around. Huh?
But this is a position that we've been put in.
Okay, what position are you guys putting me in? You are making...
You've put us in this position!
No, I'm asking what position are you guys putting me in?
No, that's not it.
No,
I refuse to answer that. I refuse to answer that.
Okay, I will answer for you. You're putting me in a position where I can't communicate this group chat because of disavow me. You're isolating me from the new communities I've involved myself with. And if I don't do that, everything's going to go on behind my back. There's going to be speculation behind my back. I'm essentially being ostracized in this group chat. Being forced to leave every single ACC and CC server.
If that's how you
Because
entirely
it's
see it, then
mentally
we're not gonna
taxing
reach
on
it.
your health. It has...
Okay, so it's mentally taxing on my health. So isolate me. Smiley face.
Yeah, still, if this is how you see it, we are not going to reach this. And if this is how it's going to go, fair enough. But we're not going to act rashly. We need to talk to Stella. We need to talk to Stella about this.
Who do I talk to? Who do I talk to about this, Hayden?
No, you need help. You need professional help. That's one of our demands. You don't need this.
You're not okay right now. Stop.
You're not okay. You're not okay. This honestly seems worse than the time you dealt with from GTC, and I can see that. And I'm not taking it. I'm not taking it. And the fact that you're seeing it
Get closer to your mic.
Hmm?
Get closer to your mic. You're a bit far away.
Oh, I think it's because I switched ears. Hang on. I got my good side. Okay. So, wow. They're, how do I phrase this? Framing this as being worse than someone's actual grooming. How low of a person are you?
Very, apparently, unfortunately.
You're so fucking self-absorbed that you not liking someone is worse than their trauma. Insane take.
Yep.
Solely as this, based upon ample demands from actions that you've put us in. This is you. This is you. This is everything that you've done.
Stating fact, you are isolating me. You are isolating me. That is what we're doing. And you'll find that.
We do not wish to isolate you. We just want to separate. We just don't want you involved with ACC because it's harmful and what all these people have put you through.
We don't want to isolate you. We want to separate.
Well, not just that. Like half the time they don't even know what they're talking about. What ACC people are they around that's harmful? Are they saying that like Mally and Stream are harmful? Because Kumo's not ACC. Kumo's just regular CC. And like, so what are they on about? Like, they don't even know.
It's so weird to me because it's like, don't get me wrong, I also to an extent agree that Crystal being in these various spaces is not very healthy for her.
No.
I don't think it is. But like the way they're going about it and the way they're attempting to frame it is just beyond odd. I will never understand that.
This is just how people operate, unfortunately.
Yeah. We're too iconic to operate like this, I fear.
Yeah, right. All right, hit play. Let's get
You can
done.
do it. You can be in any other servers you want. That's fine. It's just these are like dangerous. It's
these impact us. It has. We've seen it. We give evidence for it. Yeah, no, Emla, we can give evidence. Again, this will be something we'll need to reflect on. We need to talk to Stella. Stella doesn't know how this is going. They've not been able to say that piece to you.
Everything is just hand me a copy of the call where I'm breaking down.
We'll need to talk to Stella
I am
about everything. I say I agree, but I need to talk to Stella in case they have very valuable points.
No.
And we will get back to you on that in a timely fashion.
Stella.
Respect Stella. Respect Stella.
I can speak about. Oh my god.
That's the Minecraft.
Genuinely.
person.
No, shut up. I don't care. Shut up. I don't care about what you're saying because it's disembowel. Like, it's literally disrespecting Stella. I'm not taking that. You disrespected Stella already once in this call. I'm not having it again.
Oh,
You
shut up.
Disrespected us more than once, actually. The way that you've extended things, honestly, I worry how this looks. And the fact that you, our demands are reasonable. These are your actions, Crystal. This is what they are. This is how they
sorry,
are.
I had to step away for a
And
second.
that is it.
I
If
heard
you
go,
can't see that,
shut up.
you
I'm
are
like,
the problem.
so this is getting juicy again.
It's going to take me a while for me to even upload this to Drive and send it. Like, I'm sorry. Even if we do or don't, it's not going to be
We need to talk to Stella. We will keep you in the know because it is important and you will deserve to know Stella's verdict. But we need to talk to Stella first. They will likely have valuable contribution.
Crystal, how old is Stella?
Sure.
And we will get back to you on that. However,
will
our demands be met?
By what time does the demands need to be met?
Honestly, with what can be done, we need things to be...
This is a 4-hour call between myself and the victims of the Glitch Town crew. This distressing interaction ultimately compelled me to enter a hiatus. Trigger warnings are in place for mentions of grooming, abuse, manic episodes, and self-harm. An audible cue will signal when screenshots or text are being displayed on screen, ensuring viewers are...
Okay, so Stella's 18. Right?
Okay.
Stella's 18, and her demands must be met because you cannot disrespect the literal 18-year-old. Look, I'm sure there's some trauma there. I'm not going to disrespect that. But, like, come on, people.
Yeah. This is so blown out of proportion and made to be so vile. And it's like, literally, why?
This is just, again, I keep saying it, and I'll keep saying it because it needs to be pointed out. This is just plain cruelty. This isn't justice. This isn't kindness to anybody, especially not Crystal. And again, I have my issues with Crystal. I'm gonna try to work through them with her, so long as she remains straight with me, and so long as she doesn't do any more of this catty nonsense and talking like she's my handler behind the scenes. I just want to be your friend, Crystal. That's it. All right? You do need to let go of some of this stuff, some of this hyper-focus on drama, for lack of a better word. I will help you in the ways I need to, but like, this is just not okay. These people aren't okay. Their mentality isn't okay. And you know what, Crystal? You're welcome in Cat's Lair anytime. I don't care what these people think. And if they take issue with it and they want to come at me, they're welcome to try.
Yeah, like...
This is so gross. This is gross!
Yeah, I genuinely feel icky after that. I feel like I need a shower after that.
I did one too. This is just...
Yeah.
I went through 2 years of somebody dictating who I can be friends with. It's amazing these people don't see the parallel.
Yeah. It's because they're being selfish about it. If they aren't fulfilled, then there's a problem.
Well, it's not
and
just
it doesn't
that.
matter who they hurt.
I'm going to be candid here, and I'm not saying this to put shade on Crystal, and she knows that. Crystal lost a lot. Safety, a roof, all this stuff for these people. For them. And how do they respond to that literal, unquestionable sacrifice? You didn't do enough. I'm doing more than you. I'm sorry. No, you did not. And no, you are not. Hayden, you were fine in the call with Jibs and whatnot. That's cool. I'm okay with that. I'm not okay with this. The way you guys treated Crystal in that call is abhorrent. The only time I've been meaner to somebody like that, other than the call we all know about, is when I've had to deal with actual predators. And in this call, you guys literally say that this is worse than having to deal with a predator that was in your circles. There is something severely wrong about this. I hope you all apologize to Crystal. I hope you all repent, and I hope you all go your own separate ways. And again, I better find out that these literal children that are in these group chats somehow talking about this stuff and being talked to about this stuff, if their parents are not talked to, they are not contacted, you guys better find a way to, because that's not okay. You have grooming victims that's parents don't know what their kids have gone through. What is wrong with you people? And then you keep them cloistered in these group chats? Crystal, you and I are going to have a conversation about this. Because if I had, I'm going to use some of your phrases, you and I would have had a completely different interaction first time we talked. You're not part of that now. I'm not going to hold too much of it against you. And I'm not going to do it in, like, ad infinitum. I'm not going to do that to people anymore. But good Lord, who thought that was a good idea?
Yeah, actually insane.
Jeez.
So fucking wild. Like, this call is literally just a nothing burger blown up to the point where it becomes an issue because of the issues caused by nothing. It's insane. Like, holy shit, people, get hobbies, get jobs, get spouses. I'm begging you.
All right.
And
well,
to say,
go ahead.
And to say that somebody wronging you is worse than their literal trauma. Wow.
Yeah, I'm going to unlist this video for a while it catches up, so I need to figure out how to use that doggone trimming tool so I can try to trim out the dead air, and then it'll be publicly available again, so all you artists can do what you need to do, like I have here. If you guys want to join the server and hang out, it's not an accountability server, it's just a nerd server. Links in the description. Like, tell us all what you think about all this, and I'll catch you guys later. You guys have a good night, and I hope you all do well, and I hope Crystal does better, because this is just awful. Lord, this is awful.
Good night,